inquiry into the planning application for the golf course development proposed at Coul Links. Just a couple of housekeeping announcements. If we can all remember to please keep our mobile phones off or to silence, and for those taking part, please try and use the microphones, speak clearly into them, and press quickly once to turn on and quickly once again to turn off. Yesterday we heard from Professor Angus from Scottish Natural Heritage, the first of two SNH witnesses, and bearing in mind we want to make good progress today, before we proceed to hearing further evidence, I was just going to ask Ms Wilson, for the applicant, do you have an estimate, and just to be helpful to other parties as well, do you have an estimate of your best guess of how long you think cross-examination, the remainder of cross-examination for Professor Angus might take?
I would think, sir, about an hour at the most.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to ask before we start if there's any procedural issues we need to address before we go on. I'm not aware of any, except for one thing. We had a number of documents exchanged or agreed yesterday, and we have most of those in electronic form, and so we forwarded them on to the office so that they can be put on the website. But the two I think we only have in paper form are app 1.33 and 1.34, which was the material in relation to the SSI at Foveran Links. So can I just ask if you could forward them on to Fiona Manson at the office and she can put up. Thank you. Is there anything else to sort out?
Yes, you kindly allowed yesterday not Coul to lodge late NC-160, which is a composite map. I have hard copies now. I'll just hand them out in the break, if I may. And I have a copy at a larger scale for the witness, because it needs to point to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr Campbell. If there isn't anything else anyone has to raise, then I will pass back over to Ms Wilson. Thank you.
Morning again, Professor Stewart. Sorry, Angus. Could you go to your precognition, please, at paragraph 14. Yesterday afternoon, we were looking at the question of fragmentation and your evidence to the effect that fragmentation was another means by which dunes habitat may be lost. But from paragraphs 12 onwards, you deal with direct impacts, which is or has been identified as the main loss of dune habitat. Is that correct?
Well, it depends how you define loss. I have distinguished between the two types of impact, but both of them constitute loss, in that with indirect impact there is a loss of function, and that is very important.
No, I understand that point that's been made, and I understand that you differentiate between both direct and indirect impacts in relation to sand dune habitat. But I think you've just confirmed that you look at those together as a loss of sand dune habitat.
I prefer to look at this as a loss of sand dune habitat and sand dune function, because there isn't a quantitative element attached to the loss of function.
Well, I don't want to go back into what comprises the potential loss associated with fragmentation, but we can agree, moving on to the direct impact, that there has been an attempt to quantify the extent of area that would be affected. Is that correct?
Agreed.
And this has been based upon the NVC mapping data. And I think we can take from paragraph 12 of your inquiry report that you don't in any way challenge the appropriateness of using NVC mapping for this purpose.
No.
And again, there seems to be some feedback from the microphone that I'm using. referring to that we had yesterday to the effect that you and Alba Ecology, in particular Miss Massey, walked the site together to discuss various aspects of the MVC mapping, amongst other things.
We did.
And you confirmed to her, as part of that discussion, that you didn't take issue with the NVC mapping carried out by Alba Ecology. There were a few differences between you, but that in general terms you accepted it as valid.
In general terms, we accepted it as valid. The few exceptions to that are detailed in NA-HLD-086.
In paragraph 14, under reference to table 1 above, you discuss the differences in the quantification that you refer to as coming from Alba Ecology, or the applicant, which is the middle column, direct impact from ES, and your assessment of direct impact. Is that correct? And as you note in paragraph 14, your total is 14.9 hectares, which had originally been 16.41 hectares, which was amended down as a consequence of your acceptance that the grassland, dune grassland habitat could appropriately be included within the golf course.
I believe that particular change was made on the basis of the definition of deep cut, which is one of the categories in the GIS data set provided to us by the applicant.
Can I just, we're looking at Professor Angus's inquiry report at this point, not the precognition. I thought you said precognition earlier. Is that, just check what. So it's SNH 28. Can I just ask, maybe if we could just go over that last minute? I was just struggling to, I was looking at the wrong document, sorry.
The middle column is the direct impact from the environmental statement. It's quantified in one table within the environmental statement, and the right-hand column is Professor Angus's quantification. Then, as noted in the text in the paragraph below, originally that calculation had been 16.41 hectares, but that came to be amended, as Professor Angus has just clarified, on the basis of taking account of deep rough. Could you look at the environmental statement, please, which is 1.7, CD 1.7. And if you could turn to page 104. We have in this part of the ES a description of the different types of rough.
So do you mean 104 as numbered in the document or as numbered on the screen?
As numbered in the hard copy document, so it should have the number 104 at the bottom. And if you could also have CD 1.109. Sorry, we're just missing the document at the moment.
I'm sorry, apologies. CD 1.109, so it's the master plan document, is that right?
Now we can see that, just taking any of the holes by way of an example, there is the light blue line that goes around the different holes. And then immediately around the light green, there's a dark green boundary. Is it your understanding that what's referred to on page 104 of the environmental statement is managed natural rough? It's the area immediately beyond the cut rough.
Sir, just before that question is answered, I'm struggling to see a dark green boundary on CD 109. Am I looking at the right plan?
Perhaps it's the way it's described. There's the light green fairway that you see, and then there's a dark green borders, or darker green border is the way to describe it.
Thank you, that's been explained. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Professor Angus, the managed natural rough I've just given you the description of, is that the area that we see between the blue line and the darker green boundary?
My recollection is that the boundary between that outer bluish line and the narrow fringe, if you like, around the fairway represents the deep cut, which is not quite the same category that is used in the descriptive documentation, which is what caused the confusion.
Right. So when you differentiate between, as it's described in the ES, as deep cut rough,
we changed the calculation based on a communication from the applicant at the time. Environmental statement per se. There was a representation made by the applicant to the effect that our calculation was unfair as presented to the Highland Council. They explained the deep cut category in that communication, as a result of which we felt able to remove the grassland from the total of direct impact. Having consulted with colleagues dealing with lichens, and indeed a colleague dealing with heathland in its widest sense, we felt unable to remove the heathland from the direct impact category, and it remains within our calculation.
So, Ms. I'm just sorry if you don't mind. Apologies for intervening. I just want to be clear. I understood. Using the term deep cut rough, Professor Angus, in your understanding, that's inside the light blue line for these holes, or it's outside?
It's inside the blue line, but outside the fairways.
Okay, and in page 104 of CD 1.7, there are descriptions of semi-rough, longer cut rough, managed natural rough, but not deep cut rough. So I'm trying to understand what deep cut rough means with reference to what I'm seeing, and apologies if you were going to go there.
I'm quite happy, sir, that we established that with... It may be that Professor Stewart doesn't feel comfortable... Sorry, Professor Angus doesn't feel comfortable with these different phrases, and it'll be for the applicant ultimately to explain it. But I was just checking that with Professor Angus as to what his understanding was and how their opinion related to these definitions. Perhaps taking it simply, if I can put it this way, is it SNH's position that any aspect of the heathland that is cut at all or managed at all, you've included within your calculation?
If it is cut to 100 millimetres, we have included it within our calculation.
So based on these definitions, that would be semi-rough and longer cut rough, because we can see the depth to which the cut is carried out in those paragraphs.
We based our calculation on the detail given to us by the applicant at the time of the representation. You've just seen yourself about the confusion of the definition within the environmental statement. So we used the most recent definition we had from the applicant to apply this category to the GIS dataset, which was also supplied by the applicant.
I understand that, but that wasn't where I was going. Your answer to me a moment ago was that anything that was cut to 100 millimetres you included within the calculation. Is that the case?
All I can tell you is that we applied the deep cut exactly as defined by the applicant at the time. And my understanding at the moment is that that corresponds to a 100 millimetre cut. If it is different, then whatever we applied was the definition supplied by the applicant at the time.
Fine. Well, let's just, for this purpose, at the moment, assume we're talking about a cutting height at around 100 millimetres. Looking at page 104, that would include the rough that falls within the definition of semi-rough on that page, and the rough that falls within the definition of longer cut rough.
It would seem to apply to longer cut rough.
And therefore, what is described under the heading of managed natural rough is the area around, immediately beyond the cut rough, which is described in here as a section of natural rough which will be mown occasionally, annually, or perhaps twice a year, with material collected with the objective of reducing organic matter and promoting finer turf growth.
Well, I repeat that we were confused by the different terminology used in the environmental statement and that used in the GIS data set. The definitions we applied were those supplied by the applicant at the time of the representation made in respect of our first calculation.
That was a 16.41 calculation.
The first calculation was the 16.41 calculation, yes.
And the reduction to 14.9 hectares Was that on the basis of the rough that's cut once or twice a year?
It was on the basis of the definition of the deep cut rough supplied by the applicant at the time of the representation.
And was it the case that that reduction stemmed from an acceptance by you and SNH that that type of management would not result in a habitat loss? It was more relevant in terms of habitat modification. Is that the position?
The position is that we felt the representation made by the applicant in respect of grassland was entirely reasonable. That being the case, we were able to adjust our figures downwards to remove the grassland as direct impact of the deep cut.
And I think, as you say in your evidence, that was because you accepted that there were benefits to the grassland to be cut.
There can be benefits to grassland from removing a taller vegetation, yes.
Having established how that reduction related to the different types of rough, going back to what you say in paragraph 14, you say, in contrast to the applicant's total of 7.99 hectares, SNH used the applicant's own data to arrive at SNH figures, and that you did the calculation in two different ways, reaching the same figure on both occasions. Just addressing the point that you make in relation to your contention that the applicant's figure for total loss is 7.99. Could we look at how you phrase this in paragraph 10 of your precognition?
Sorry, which paragraph am I?
Paragraph 10 of your precognition.
So I'm having difficulty seeing the relevance of paragraph 10 in this context.
Of your precognition in which it and what you say there is, though SNH figures derived from these data are higher than those reported by the applicant in the environmental statement, even the applicant's figures are regarded by SNH as significantly damaging to the components of the dune. It would appear from your evidence that you've misunderstood the environmental statement insofar as you treat table B19 as recording the total of the loss, as though the applicants in their environmental statement misreported the loss to habitat.
These I understand to be the direct losses of the main dune habitats as opposed to total habitat.
Could you look, please, at table B9 to begin with? That's on numbered page 208 within the main document. And it's these figures that total 7.99 hectares.
I believe that to be the total of the middle column.
And if you go back in the document, please, to table B18. It's on page 206. And what we see is a quantification of MVC community loss as a consequence of land take caused during both construction and operation. Is that your understanding?
It's my understanding, and in anticipation of where this may be going, perhaps I can assist you by explaining our methodology.
Well, let me ask my questions first
Okay.
about what's in the environmental statement. If you look at table B18, we see down the left-hand side under the heading Phase 1 habitats a number of different types of dune habitats and other habitats listed from the matrices. And they go over the page, and the totals are given on page 207. And the total construction loss is slightly higher at 23.2. But because not all of that 23.2 will be lost, some will be regained back, the total operational loss is smaller at 22.6. Is that what you understand?
I don't understand, because I don't know what you mean by gained.
Well, by the time the golf course gets to the operational stage, what is affected by construction, some of which on a temporary basis will not be permanently lost.
I don't believe we included these figures in our...
The explanation as to how these different matrices are then used can be found at page 209. And we see that it's written there are several habitat matrices, that's what we were looking at in table B18, predicted to be impacted by the proposed developments such as dune grassland, dune slack and dune grassland and dune heath. The dune grassland, dune slack matrices has 10% slack within them, and so no additional impact for dune slack is predicted. The dune heath, dune grassland was made up of a very grassy form of dune heath. So there's then an explanation. Immediately above table B20 in the paragraph, it said, in summary, without mitigation, likely significant effects are only predicted for one important habitat within that study area, dune heath. All other predicted effects on habitats are assessed as either likely to be negligible or minor, so not significant.
In contrast, table B19 lists 0.27 hectares of dune slack will be lost, which seems to be at variance with what you just described a minute ago. No loss of dune slack.
The finding is that there is no significant loss of dune slack.
Yeah, I think 0.27 hectares of dune slack is not negligible, but as you see, our calculation is somewhat larger than that using the applicant's data.
Well, my understanding is that there was agreement between SNH as to the identification of this loss of dune heath as being the one significant effect.
I don't think we have ever dismissed the impact of this course on the dune slack.
My understanding is that there's a difference in terminology that was employed by SNH compared to the applicants, that in the environmental statement it's referred to as dune heath, and you just refer to dune habitats, but that the understanding, or that the acceptance by SNH was that there would be a significant effect in relation to the dune heath. In other words, that the finding in the environmental statement was accepted.
I'm not sure what you mean by this, because SNH has always maintained there will also be an adverse impact on the dune slack, and that is using applicant data.
Before leaving this particular topic of quantification, given that there overall is an agreement, irrespective of the quantifications at the moment, there overall is agreement between the applicant CES and assessment carried out by Albury Ecology and SNH, that even on the applicant's quantification of habitat loss, dune habitat loss or dune heath loss, that represents a likely significant effect, irrespective of the quantification.
In respect of dune heath, yes. But I will remind you that we disagreed with this categorization of minor in column 3 against dune heath in table B19.
Would you accept, though, that what is clear from the environmental statement, when one looks at table B18 and the text before table B18 and on page 209, that when you compare 14.9 hectares with 7.99 hectares, you're not comparing like with like, it's a different calculation?
No, I'm sorry, you've lost me. I'm not finding the larger figure anywhere.
Well, my point is that in doing your comparison in paragraph 10 and relying upon the 7.99 hectares for the applicants, you're not properly comparing like with like, because you've ignored the matrices and the quantification of the matrices set out in table B18, so far as relevant to dune habitat.
I have not ignored the matrices. The matrices have been applied differently. They have not been ignored.
Well, you have ignored them for the purposes of relying on the 7.99 hectare. That's not the correct figure to compare against the SNH figure, because the 7.99 hectares is part of the quantification. As the ES makes clear, the matrices within table B18 were also quantified.
They were quantified in a different way. We used the same data and calculated the area differently because we believe the impact to be applied in a different way from the applicant. And this was why I was trying to anticipate this very point. We took the matrices and gave a weighting, a preferential weighting, to the better habitat within each polygon with more than one habitat type within it. The traditional method is to split that 50-50, or according to the proportions allocated to that polygon. We took the view that dune heath in a matrix covered the entire area of that polygon, just not at the same density as it would in a 100% polygon. We were quite open about this. It's a valid approach. It arrives at a different total. And we're not pretending otherwise. This is why I was trying to warn you about this in advance.
No, you're misunderstanding, Professor Angus. I'm not challenging how you calculated your figure of 4.9 hectares. And the applicant doesn't challenge the methodology that you've just described. But what I'm saying is that you are erroneously in your evidence comparing the figure of 14.9 with the figure of 7.99, because that doesn't reflect the actual quantification of habitat that's been carried out in the environmental statement.
Well, unless you're questioning the validity of our total, I fail to see where this gets us.
I think I've made the point in relation to the fact that you haven't done a like-for-like comparison in paragraph 10, and we'll just move on from that. Now, the other aspect of differentiation between yourself and the applicants in terms of quantification of direct habitat loss is that your quantification remains the likely significant effect, whereas the applicants have a residual likely significant effect taking into account benefits identified in the biodiversity net gain report. Is that correct?
Can we define benefits as including translocation, because we do not recognise the validity of translocation in this context?
I understand that that's your position. We went over that yesterday, but we're talking about those benefits that I took you to in the biodiversity net gain assessment yesterday, which include more than just translocation. And I think we agreed yesterday that we would discuss SNH's position on translocation with Mr. Rooney. Could you look, please, at APP 1.32, which we had? It's the bundle of emails. Do you have that? And if you can turn on in the document until you reach an email from David Patterson to John Utley of 24th January 2017. You got that? It's, I think, 10 pages into the document. It says... Sorry? 24th January. It's about 10 pages in. This is an email, as we see, concerned with proposals for translocating Dune Heath from one part of the SSSI to another. And then there are various points set out. And there's reference to policy guidance, biodiversity net gain, and reference to the biodiversity net gain good principles for development document of 2016. This relates to improving UK biodiversity, which is not targeted at habitats of SSSI statement. For example, we cannot find any mention how this guidance relates to SSSI habitats. So this seems to be a policy question that's being posed by David Patterson to John Utley as to whether or not it's appropriate to make use of biodiversity net gains in respect of SSSIs. Do you agree?
Seems to be the case, yes.
And then if you go to the response to that, which is 25th January 2017, and he says, as suggested, I focused on your point D, which is the biodiversity policy point. And his response was, the CIEEM good practice principles seem very helpful. I'm not sure that saying this relates to improving UK biodiversity, which is not targeted at habitats of SSSI status, is either accurate or helpful. The lack of any explicit mention of SSSIs doesn't really support this line of argument. Personally, I think that excluding SSSIs from the application of BNG in principle is rather artificial. What we should be requiring where such proposals come forward is suitably high levels of certainty that measures to compensate for losses of nationally important sites will deliver. I think this kind of line is more defensible, and in principle, though not necessarily in practice, for this proposal, enabling. And then there's reference to the different CIEEM hierarchy principles, which I'll pick up with Mr. Rooney. But principle 2, avoiding losing biodiversity that cannot be offset by gains elsewhere. This requires them to demonstrate that their proposals for BNG are feasible and brings us back to certainty. And I think the rest is of greater relevance. But we can see that the policy view within SNH is that biodiversity net gain principles have an application in relation to SSSI assessments.
Sir, before Professor Angus answers that question, for the reasons that were discussed yesterday, it may be that Professor Angus is simply not in a position to express a view in relation to an email which he was neither the author nor the recipient. He may be in a position to answer the question, but with that caveat, sir.
I could point out this is not an SNH view, it is a John Nutley view. And as you can see from this email string, SNH staff express internal views fairly freely and criticise each other fairly freely, and John Utley's opinion is ultimately John Utley's opinion.
But it's not an opinion that you're in a position to contradict, because as you told us yesterday, you're not involved in the application of policy to the facts of the case.
That is indeed the case, but one has an awareness, and as part of that awareness, I am aware that CIEEM have just updated their policy guidance on biodiversity net gain. And it is my understanding, well, in fact, I should preface this by saying, because of this inquiry, I haven't had time to study that document in detail, but it's my understanding that SSSIs are now excluded from that analysis.
There are two different timeframes that we have to be aware of in this inquiry, aren't there? There is the policy context at the time that the environmental impact assessment was carried out, and then separately there are whether or not there are any other policy implications that have to be taken into account at this point in time. Is that correct?
Can't argue with that. I would point out this was written in January 2017. That's over 2 years ago, and the work on this case has advanced considerably since that point, most notably in respect to this inquiry, which seeks extra information.
Well, I know that's your position and your justification for bringing forward matters that aren't within the objection, but I'm interested in the objection at the time that it was made. As you, I think, acknowledge in your own evidence that, or maybe it's in the SNH inquiry statement, that it was the SNH objection that resulted in the application being called in.
That is my understanding.
So I think that leaves us with your evidence on indirect impact. If you could just give me one moment to tidy away the papers that I have here. In your inquiry report, could you look at paragraph 10, please? And this is where you give some background comment that becomes relevant to what you have to say about indirect impacts associated with hydrology. And you say that anything that adversely affects the wetland dune habitats, humid dune slacks, such as fertiliser or nitrate-rich irrigation water, will also impact Ramsar dune features. And that, in summary, is your point and the purpose of your evidence in relation to this matter. Is that correct?
Sorry, which matter, the Ramsar or the wetland?
No, indirect impacts in terms of the evidence that you give in relation to irrigation waters potentially raising nitrate levels of groundwater.
Our evidence on indirect impact goes well beyond the impact of irrigation water and fertiliser.
Well, we'll come to that, but this is related to, it provides background in relation to the evidence that you give in respect to this matter, because it's your contention that irrigation in relation to the golf course proposal would result in unacceptable nitrate levels.
I said in the precognition that in respect of fertilising golf turf, I was beginning to be persuaded by the evidence of Mr. Taylor in his topic paper. I made this quite clear, but in order to withdraw our concern, I would need additional time in order to consult with SEPA, who have superior knowledge of the various chemical pathways within the soil. So at this stage it is not possible to withdraw the SNH concern about irrigation water once the course is in operation. I made it clear we were beginning to think along these lines.
I think you're confusing two separate issues. Your evidence, as I read it, raises two issues. One relates to nitrogen-rich irrigation water and the levels within the irrigation water, i.e. within the reservoir, from the borehole abstraction. Is that correct?
Sorry, the irrigation water is a separate issue from the fertiliser, yes.
And separately, you raise a question as to whether or not there would be leaching from fertilisers raising nitrogen levels.
Indeed, and I've just explained that when the course is in operation, we found ourselves able to at least consider the review of that opinion, but at this stage it is still consideration rather than revision.
Well, what I want to look at is what your evidence says about why it's an issue. But just looking at your identification of a potential impact, if we can describe it that way, as opposed to a likely significant effect. You say anything that adversely affects the wetland dune habitat, such as fertiliser or nitrate-rich irrigation. That's far too widely stated. It can't be anything.
The intention in writing this was to safeguard the Ramsar interest by concentrating on the SSI interest. In other words, it was really flagging up that we had not abandoned the Ramsar interest as part of our case. It was merely that it would be covered by anything that addressed the comparable aspects of the SSI case.
That answer does not address itself to my question. I wasn't asking you what you were trying to say there. I put you a specific question to you. It cannot be anything that adversely affects the wetland dune habitats that would cause SNH to have concerns or raise an objection, can it? Because that could be even a doubt about something that doesn't necessarily fall within SNH's remit.
No, it doesn't consider doubt. It says anything that adversely affects.
(11) of your inquiry report, you give some ecological context to this issue. And you say in about the 6th line, the glaciers had dumped large quantities of glacial debris where they melted, often offshore. Is that your evidence that glacial debris melted?
No, the glaciers melted.
Well, you say glacial debris where they melted. So the debris is from the melting of the glaciers, is it? Is that
Correct.
what you're saying?
The glaciers, first of all, eroded when they were inland, and then the debris within the glacier
and then
was dumped when the glacier melted, either on the land or in the sea.
No, I understand what you're saying, thank you. Further down, you say, more importantly, water leaches nutrient from the soil down into the water table, and net lateral movements of the water table carry these seaward. Could you look, please, at SLH 40 that you're quoting from? And these are the development of eco-hydrological guidelines for dune habitats from English Nature.
Yes, though I should point out there is a later report dated 2010 by the same author, by the same lead author. It would be SNH 41.
Are you saying then that that's an incorrect reference? Should we not be looking at this reference?
No, we've cited it as a production. I'm just pointing out there is a more recent one.
Let's just look at the paragraph that you cite for this statement. More importantly, water leaches nutrients from the soil down into the water table. Is that statement based upon paragraph 2 and the last sentence?
No, that statement was based on my experience and backed up by SNH 40.
Well, could you just tell me, please, which part of paragraph 2 it is that you say backs up your statement?
SNH 40. I don't have numbered paragraphs on that. I have numbered sections. It might.
Sir, because the reference in the inquiry report is specifically page 2, paragraph 2. It may be that it's not that paragraph. I'm trying to establish from the witness what it is that he's citing in support.
Sorry, page 2 or page 20?
No, it's page 20, paragraph 2.
I apologise, it would appear I have the detailed reference wrong, but I doubt if anyone would seriously dispute that leaching occurs in sand dunes.
So should we set that aside as a reference that backs up what you say, which is what you told me was the purpose of citing it?
As you will recall, we were asked to produce the production numbers well in advance of the preparation of papers, and I thought that SNH 40 and 41 would be highly relevant. And in this case, I simply looked for a reference that would support something about leaching, and thought I had found it in this document, and it may very well be in this document, but clearly not in the position I cited, for which I apologise. But as I say, I doubt if anyone in this room would dispute that leaching occurs in dune soils.
Sorry, can I just be clear? We're talking about the second paragraph on page 20 of SNH 40, and there's mention of leaching at the very end of that paragraph. Is that the paragraph we're looking at?
Yes, and I put that part to your witness, who said that wasn't what he was referring to.
I thank Mr. Mackay. It is indeed there. Also because nitrogen leached from the surrounding dunes would be likely to accumulate in groundwater. Thank you.
So perhaps then my suggestion that was what you were relying upon, which you didn't accept, you now are accepting.
No, I said I wasn't relying on it because I already had this knowledge, as would most ecologists, certainly all those working on dunes. And I backed it up because it is the inclination of scientists to back up statements wherever possible, and indeed it is there.
Could you turn, please, to paragraph 20, where you deal with dune slacks, which I think is reflects what you say in paragraph 11 of your precognition. And you say there, under reference to dune slack calculations, which we touched on already this morning, in the last sentence, studies by SNH suggest that the applicant's MVC study understates the distribution of dune slack, a suggestion endorsed by SEPA. And then there's reference to SNH 111. Could you have that reference to hand, please? To Appendix 1 that you cite. And you refer, I think, say Appendix 1.5. Is that paragraph 1.5 of Appendix 1?
Which paragraph of my topic paper
20.
are we looking at you? So,
Paragraph 20 in your inquiry report. Last sentence.
paragraph 1.5 in the appendix. Yes, if you look at paragraphs 1.4 and 1.5 in the SEPA letter, it would seem to me to endorse the whole-by-whole analysis and SNH's conclusion that the dune slack was more extensive.
We see in paragraph, to put this exchange or comments into context, paragraph 1.3 begins by making clear that it's looking at the discrepancies between the findings of Coul report transect surveys and the mapping carried out by the applicants in its ES and updated information. And this is against the context that Coul submitted a further objection shortly before the Highland Council meeting. And both SNH and SEPA were asked to comment on the additional information within that further objection. And one of the suggestions that was put to SEPA was that the MVC survey was not sufficiently accurate. So this is why it is that SEPA's writing this letter. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, but you will agree that paragraph 1.5 begins with the words, "We agree with SNH's assessment of this." It does not, at that point, refer to the not Coul material.
But what is also important, though, in terms of the point you're making at the end of paragraph 20, is the qualification provided, which you don't quote. However, in terms of our remit, which is much narrower in relation to natural heritage than SNH's, the magnitude of this difference is small and relates mostly to the proportion between different dune habitats around proposed holes within the SSSI. That's important context, is it not?
It's a relevant context. Certainly, I don't see that it changes the position.
How do you take from that comment that it is an endorsement of SNH's assessment regarding dune slack? Because what they say is that they accept your whole-by-whole analysis, which I appreciate looks at different habitats. But it sets out quite clearly that the differences are small differences.
The SNH whole-by-whole analysis is the one that identified a missing dune slack on, I think it was the 18th hole, which wasn't shown in the applicant's NVC map. And we thought, hey, hang on, this is really dune slack. And it is my understanding that the paragraph and the wording involved reflects the SEPA endorsement of this. I imagine this will be discussed in more detail when not Coul comes along, but it would be difficult for an ecologist to look at that and argue that it wasn't dune slack. I'm really not sure how it could be mapped as it was. But as you say, this is qualified. I think it is a very small matter, and quite frankly, if that's all it is, we're not going to argue about it.
Thank you. Paragraph 21. You then go on to develop why you regard dune slacks as having a particular sensitivity and make reference to the establishment period when there's fertilizers used. But then you return to the irrigation issue when you say the borehole water that will be used for ongoing irrigation has a nitrate content of 25-27 micrograms per limit. Could you look at SNH 113, please? This was a borehole sample carried out in December 2017, and the sample date was October 2017. And we can see the results on the second page, is that where you take your figure of 25 to 27?
I think we got that from a number of different sources supplied by the applicant. I just happened to lay my hands on this one and used it as the production evidence.
Do you know where this borehole was located?
Yes, we were somehow able to follow the extremely blurred map supplied with the borehole planning application, and I anticipate you're going to say it was outside the SSI, and of course it was, yes.
It not only was outside the SSSI, but it was up the hill on agricultural land.
We're not disputing where the borehole was. We are saying that if you use the water that comes out of it on the SSSI, the nitrate content of that water is then on the SSSI and will have the impact of water with that nitrate content in it.
Have you any knowledge of the current level of information that's available?
Have I any knowledge of the current what?
Information that's available to the applicant in the context of the car licence.
I have knowledge from a topic paper that new lower nitrate water has been identified, but there is very little information apart from that.
And is that the inquiry report from Mr. Bowie?
It is.
And had you read that report before you wrote your precognition?
I had read Mr. Bowie's report before writing the precognition.
Did you give any consideration as to whether it was appropriate to revisit that part of your evidence in the up-to-date, taking account of the up-to-date information?
It wasn't up-to-date information. It was an assertion that there was new water. There was no accompanying information on which I could base an analysis.
Well, given that it came from the firm who were involved in making the application, is there any reason to doubt that Mr. Bowie would give evidence to this inquiry that was misleading as to the information that was now available to the applicant?
I didn't say it was misleading. I said it lacked context, and I said, firstly, we have no knowledge of where this information was derived, and secondly, we are not advised how this new water would be separated from the old water, which is presumably still there. And how do we know that when you're trying to access this new water to use it for irrigation, that you can actually avoid the old water? What are the mechanisms involved? What are the safeguards involved?
Paragraph 13 of your precognition, you make reference to old water. But I think in that sentence you're confusing old water with new water, if you want to look at that, and also have Mr. Bowie's inquiry report available. Sorry, that's APP 5.1. Could you look at paragraph 6.8, please, of the inquiry report for Dr. Bowie?
Got it?
Can we see in his evidence, he says, in view of these findings, it is considered that the waters with higher nitrate concentrations are associated with new water, that is, water which has recently penetrated the underlying aquifer from the ground surface over a very short period of time, such as weeks to months.
I seem to have confused old and new, but I don't see how that changes the situation. There is water with high nitrate in that aquifer, and there is water with no nitrate. How do you select between the two?
SNH's position to date has been that it's accepting that through the car licensing process these matters will be addressed.
I completely accept the car licensing process. It isn't cited here in respect of the lower nitrate water.
You know very well that the question of licensing relates to the borehole abstraction and the use of the water abstracted for irrigation purposes, don't you?
I do, but though it is a separate application, the water is being used on the SSI, and it is in that context we make our observations. And that being the case, one would have thought a material change of this nature would be accompanied by a production that backed up the assertion.
You're confusing different matters again. Car licensing you've just accepted is the appropriate mechanism through which this issue is going to be addressed. And you're aware that the applicants are presently going through that process. Is that not the case?
I don't have access to this information, and I must act with the information available to me, which is as I described.
Well, what you do in your recognition is tell the reporters that the borehole water for irrigation has a nitrate content that is double the UK tag threshold. And it's in that context that you then go on to argue that there's an unacceptably high risk to sensitive dune slags. That's your evidence to this inquiry.
I still don't see why you're having a problem with this.
That's really not your remit. If you could concentrate on answering the questions. That is your evidence to this inquiry, that there is an unacceptably high risk because you say the evidence available that you've looked at shows a nitrate content being double the UK threshold.
This evidence was supplied by the applicant.
Dr. Angus, you know very well what's being put to you. This is your evidence in paragraph 13 of your recognition, as reported also within your inquiry report. You're inviting the reporters to accept that there's an unacceptably high risk from nitrates. That's what you say at the end of paragraph 13.
If the water has a nitrate content of 25 to 7 milligrams per litre, then yes, there is such a risk.
But what you say is that there's uncertainty, and reading your words, SNH maintains its view that the risk to sensitive dune slag habitat from nitrates remains unacceptably high. And that is against the background that you know very well it will be addressed through the car licensing system.
No, I'm acting on the latest information available to me in the context of this planning application, where the borehole water that is to be used on the SSSI has a recorded nitrate content that is double the threshold identified by UK tag. And I do not find enough information available to me in the context of the SSSI in respect of this lower nitrate water to allow me to withdraw that assessment of risk.
What you've done is put forward a position from SNH that suggests there's been an acceptance, that there's been an assessment, because you say the risk is unacceptably high. If you don't have the information other than this one borehole sample that is only part of the information that is in fact available to the inquiry and to you, then you're not in a position to assess whether it's an unacceptably high risk.
I dispute that. I maintain my position that a borehole has reported this high nitrate level, and I think the UK tag figure is a threshold. It is not a level beyond which damage occurs. It includes the range within which damage occurs. And I remind you that the material in SNH 40 and 41 puts the damaging level as low as 1 milligram per litre. And I really don't see how I can change that position on the basis of paragraph 6.7 to 6.9 of the Bowie topic paper. There simply isn't enough information there to persuade us to change our position.
Well, you're reversing the point that I'm putting to you. There is not enough information available to you to reach a conclusion that there's an unacceptably high risk.
There is, because of the 25 to 27 milligrams per litre figure supplied by the applicant, and we are not in a position to change that assessment because of some other figure somewhere that has been supplied by the applicant without the context attached to the 25 to 27 milligram per litre. And even if there were such information, you must accept that we also have a figure of 25 to 27 milligram per litre that we have to include in our assessment.
But that demonstrates how biased you are in the presentation of your evidence. You choose to latch on to one figure that has been superseded by a car licensing process. You choose to ignore the car licensing process. You choose to ignore SNH's position that this will be adequately covered through the car licensing arrangement. And instead you state to the inquiry a distorted view that there's a high risk which is unacceptable because of nitrate concentrates, that you have no basis whatsoever to even conclude would ever come to be contained within the irrigation waters.
Well, just before you answer that, I have an issue with the pretext of that question, which is that the figure has been superseded. Now, if there is a document available to the applicants which supports that position, then it might be fair in those circumstances to put that question to the witness. But the witness has explained he has a range of figures which cause him concern. And therefore, if there is any substance to the question and any proper basis to make an allegation of bias, I respectfully suggest to my learned friend is for the applicants to produce the documents from SEPA or from the CAR application process to support that suggestion.
So if I could respond to that, this is an attempt by my learned friend to reverse the obligation to ensure accuracy of the evidence. This is an attack by SNH's witness. And Mr. Bowie has stated in his evidence quite clearly what the new figures are, and has stated in his evidence as part of the car licensing application. It was open to SNH if it needed verification to go onto the SEPA website and look at the application information. And unless it's going to be suggested that Mr. Bowie's evidence is not reliable, then there is no reason why proper account can be taken of that evidence. And it's on the basis of Mr. Bowie's evidence that I proceed.
In that case, sir, I don't personally see an obvious reference to SEPA or the car licence in the section of Mr. Bowie's report that was put to the witness. Now, if there is a factual basis to the point that's being ventured, then all Mr. Wilson needs to do is to put it to the witness so he can see the figure, see the verification from SEPA, and comment accordingly. My submission is that there is no basis put before the inquiry or the witness.
Well, I refer to paragraphs 6.8 and 6.9 for the purposes of having the witness confirm that he confused new and old water. That was the point of that reference. And also in 6.7 we see reference to the levels coming down to less than 0.37 micrograms per litre. And in paragraph 6.10, we say, as a result, it is considered that the deep well abstraction irrigation water which will be applied to the golf course during the construction and operational phases will predominantly be old water with low and non-problematic nitrate concentrations present and with levels likely comparable to those recorded following recent June and July 2018 borehole abstraction testing, less than 0.37 micrograms per litre. So it's there.
Well, with respect to my line friend, it's simply not there. That's this her witness's expression of opinion, which says will predominantly be old water for starters. So the point remains, sirs.
Well, I mean, those are perhaps questions that you can address to Dr. Bowie in terms of that inquiry report. I wonder if I may ask a question just for clarification at this point, Professor Angus, and it's just about your understanding of the car licence process. It's about the irrigation of the water, but in SEPA's consideration of that, does it also take account of the nitrate levels of the water? Sorry, it's about the abstraction process, but is it also part of SNH's SEPA's consideration that to include the nitrate levels of the nitrogen levels for the irrigation, that it's so that it's in deciding whether or not to grant a car licence, it's not simply what would the effects be of extraction of the water, but abstraction, but also what would be the effects of irrigation, and that if they are taking that into account, it was in that basis that SNH had previously said it was content to leave that matter to SEPA. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, the car licence procedure per se is entirely a responsibility of SEPA. However, the nitrate level as applied to the SSSI is entirely the responsibility of Scottish Natural Heritage, and SEPA only becomes involved in the environmental impact of nitrates once you're outside a site of special scientific interest.
So the borehole is outside the SSSI, but the purpose of the borehole is to provide water to irrigate within the SSSI. So what I'm asking you is, in deciding whether or not to consent that abstraction, does SEPA have regard to what the end use of the water is and the potential effects on that, because of its nitrate levels, whatever those are, of irrigating the water, so not simply taking into account the effects of abstracting the water in the first place?
My understanding is that the borehole is treated as a borehole rather than as part of the wider purpose of the borehole, but I'm not 100% sure of that.
And that's fine, and it might be that those are questions later on for other witnesses, but in your understanding, Professor Angus, SEPA would have no regard to what happens to the water when it's irrigated and what the effects that would be when it's considering the car licence for abstraction. That it just wouldn't be relevant to SEPA's decision to grant or not to grant.
That is my understanding, but I come at this from the opposite angle, if you like, in assessing impact on groundwater-dependent terrestrial ecosystems, and they are absolutely the responsibility of SNH within an SSSI and of SEPA out with SSSIs.
Okay, thank you.
So I just want to check something with my witness. I don't know if that would be an appropriate point to take a break. This is taking longer than I had anticipated.
How long do you think you have left?
Maybe 20 minutes?
Well, perhaps if we can take if you want some time now anyway, then we can maybe take a 10-minute break and reconvene. Okay, thank you. are all ready to restart, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. So, in your answers before the break, you were referring to the UK tag advice. Could you have that in front of you, please? That's APP 5.5. Are you familiar with this document?
Again, I try to avoid the term familiar in this context. I'm aware of it.
I take it then you wouldn't be aware of how it was the thresholds were identified?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Well, what testing was carried out for the purposes of deciding what appropriate thresholds would be?
We have used two thresholds of impact, one from the UK tag report in front of us here, and we've also considered the 1 milligram per litre limit advised by Professor Daly and his colleagues in SNH 40 and 41.
That's the Environment Agency work, is it?
Well, one of the reports was done for English Nature, as it was then. I forget the context of the other, of SNH 41.
Well, perhaps if we have that document in front of us, that was what you refer to in your precognition at paragraph 21 as one noted authority has set the value beyond which likely contamination and cause for concern to dune slacks occur as low as 1 microgram per litre.
So you mean my inquiry paper at 21? Not
Your inquiry report at paragraph 21.
Yes.
And we can see from that that these are said to be eco-hydrological guidelines for wet dune habitats.
This is SNH 41 now.
SNH 41, yes. Page 92. Five 5.4. That reference is wrong in that I have table 5.4 that has that threshold at page 36 of the document.
The table occurs at several stages in the document because it looks at different NBC communities of dune slag.
Yes, it's repeated again at page 92. Why do you cite this in your evidence?
Well, I think the context of the report and the levels given would justify that citation.
Well, why do you think the Environment Agency's thresholds are relevant to this inquiry?
Because Doonslacks in England will have much the same environmental limits as Doonslacks in Scotland.
But the Environment Agency has no role in Scotland.
I think you find that the environment doesn't necessarily comply with administrative borders.
Well, that was just a facetious argument with respect, Professor Angus. You know very well the point I'm making. The Environment Agency does not advise Scottish Government.
It does not advise Scottish Government. That does not invalidate scientific evidence. I explained yesterday how the scientific community is essentially an international one, where we take evidence from one country and apply it in another as a matter of routine.
Sorry, if you give me a moment. I'm advised that that wouldn't apply to regulation.
Correct. We were not trying to apply this from a regulatory viewpoint, but from an advisory one.
This isn't something that's featured before in the SNH objections, and I know your explanation that you've brought forward additional information to assist the reporters. But this also is not an issue or a topic within your area of expertise, is it?
It is true that it is not within my core area of expertise, but given that Doonslacks are, I'm expected to bring whatever knowledge I can to the table, and this is what I've done here.
Is this an issue that you've discussed with Dr. Dargy, who has similar arguments in his evidence?
We have not discussed this aspect of this site. We have discussed hydrology in respect of a site on the other side of the Dornoch Firth, which is the Morich Moor, on which Dr. Dargy recently completed a report for me that primarily addressed hydrology.
So in the context of this inquiry, you discussed hydrology related to Morich Moor, nothing to do with Coullinks?
No, that's not what I said. I said we had discussed hydrology, and that was the site involved. However, I am aware that the Not Coul papers for this inquiry contain an assertion that the site is already subject to nitrogen influence, which is not something I had personally been aware of to date.
And this Environment Agency is also, threshold is also cited by Dr. Dargy as well?
That may well be the case, I don't recall. It is a fairly well-known document.
Could you look, please, again at APP 1.23? And if you could look for the email of 9th February.
So I may have the wrong reference here.
It's the bundle of emails, APP 1.32. Sorry, I might have muddled the numbers.
Is that the email sequence?
This is an email from Angus Tree to yourself in reply to your own email of the same date. Right, 9th February 2017. It's about 4 pages in. Well, it is in mine. Mine's single-sided copied, so it might be 2 pages in yours. And you're writing on the 9th of February to Angus Tree. What's his position?
He's a freshwater advisor.
And you say in the last paragraph, I've been asked to scope the need for hydrological work relating to dune ecology with a view to starting as soon as possible and anything with a long lead in on time series. My role enables me to identify issues and problems, but I'm rather less confident about how to address them. Can you have a look at this and see what you think? And then the advice that comes back from Angus Tree is that assessing surface hydrology should be relatively straightforward, but you're clearly also concerned about potential changes in groundwater and so hydrogeology. I'm not aware that hydrogeologists are in short supply, but it looks as if you will need someone who also understands dune ecology. Andrew McBride has worked with Rob Lowe, a consultant hydrogeologist and wetland hydrologist for some years, and he's a person to approach. I wonder whether there would be some merit in not listing all the things that you feel might be of concern and instead finding a specialist, telling them what the development is and asking them to describe the possible effects and what might be done to mitigate any unwanted ones. And that reference to the listing of all concerns is the note attached to your earlier email, isn't it? You have there a heading, potential Gulf-related dune hydrology issues at Coul links. That runs over onto a second page. Is that the right document? So those were the matters that you felt that you needed, as you say yourself in the first paragraph, a specialist advisor.
Correct.
And was a specialist advisor ever instructed?
Sorry, say again?
Was a specialist advisor ever instructed by you to advise on these issues?
In additional terms, no. Sorry, can I change that answer? When it came to evapotranspiration, I consulted very widely indeed, including with STRI.
But that doesn't relate to the issues that we've been discussing this morning.
No, but it does relate to the issues I listed in my email to Angus Tree.
You were drawing a distinction in your earlier answers to me regarding SNH's responsibilities for hydrological matters when it's within a SSSI, in contrast to SEPA. And I think you were suggesting that SEPA has no involvement in protecting the water environment within the SSSI.
The distinction is not in respect of the water environment per se, it is in respect of impact on groundwater-dependent terrestrial ecosystems.
So more accurately, the distinctions between designated and non-designated groundwater-dependent terrestrial ecosystems that you're referring to.
Yes, the distinction between us and SEPA in this respect is based on habitats rather than the water per se.
Do you accept, though, that there would be an involvement of SEPA in a hydrological assessment where there is a link between the wider shallow water environment that affects both GWTE within and out with?
I try to involve SEPA on any such matters because even if it's not their legal responsibility, they have a wide knowledge that is generously shared with us.
So therefore, if the protection of the water environment in and around the SSSI at Coul links involves the same supply that's supplying and recharging these ecological ecosystems within and out with, then there would be an interrelationship between SEPA's protection of that water environment.
If there was water finding its way from the outside of the SSI to the inside of the SSI, then it is a given that both parties would be interested and both types of water would be related.
Thank you. Professor Angus, you'll be pleased that that concludes your cross-examination.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. Professor Angus, before you relax too much, we probably just have a few questions, not too many, in terms of clarification. But if you just give me a moment just to work out what those are, and then Mr. Mackay may have some further questions for you after that. But we'll see. If you just give me one moment.
I apologise. I had forgotten this aspect entirely.
Okay. The first thing was about, you'll recall the discussion earlier about the golf course, the design, the different regimes of mowing and so forth, and I still just want to make sure I am understanding the nature of what's proposed and what I'm looking at, and that principally will be a question, I guess, to ask the applicant, but I just want to make sure I understand your understanding of how that works. So we did look earlier at CD 1.7, which was the environmental statement, and there was, I think, at page 208, or perhaps not.
Sir, I think it may be page 104. 104.
Yes, thank you, 104. So that describes different regimes. It doesn't mention fairways there, but so there's fairways, then there's the semi-rough, which I think we've established is this 3 metre wide or so collar around the fairways. There is longer cut rough, which wasn't the term we used earlier, but in terms of the longer cut rough here, I have taken that to mean the area between the semi-rough and the light blue line round the hole. So beyond that, there is managed natural rough, which would be cut once or twice a year. So that's out with the blue line, that light blue line. So what's not described there is unmanaged natural rough. So I'm assuming there will be, in this vast area, much of it which won't be managed at all as rough. So, but there's no demarcation on those drawings of where the managed rough ends and the natural rough or unmanaged rough, if you like, begins. Is that right? I'm looking for something which isn't there.
Well, that is also my understanding, and to be honest, is a matter to which we haven't given a great deal of consideration. But the issue for Scottish natural heritage in such circumstances would be that the material does need to be collected in order to keep the nutrient content of the heath low. And a flail mower, as described here, would not normally be a method that allows collection, though I concede that collection is specified in the environmental statement in the paragraph on managed natural rough.
And when it came to your SNH's calculations of loss of dune heath habitat, does that include or exclude the managed natural rough?
It does not include the managed natural rough.
Okay, so therefore, in SNH's assessment, in managing the right way, that wouldn't be habitat loss.
Correct, though if it wasn't managed the right way, our concern would be even greater than expressed.
And in terms of the initial construction of the course, the ES describes the process of stripping the soil and the organic matter below that back to sand, and then the process of filling in some hollows and forming some topography, and then reseeding at the end. So that your understanding is that the extent of that process would be out to the light blue lines for each of these holes. So that would include the longer cut rough, but not the managed rough. Is that your understanding?
No, my understanding is that the soil displacement would occur on the fairways, greens and tees only, and the loss in terms of the longer cut rough is on the impact of the cutting rather than soil and turf displacement.
And this collar of semi-rough of 3 metres wide, do you know whether that would be stripped and reprofiled or stripped and reseeded, or whether that would be left the same way as the longer cut rough would be?
Well, I'm willing to be corrected on this, but my understanding is that this would not be part of the turf displacement. That would be dealing with the management of existing vegetation rather than the replacement of existing vegetation.
And it's on that basis that your assessment of the impacts. Just bear with me a moment. Okay, just another thing we haven't really covered, but it's certainly mentioned in other evidence, and SNH's views on it are referred to, is the felled conifer plantation and the proposals for translocation there. Now, this might be something for Professor Rooney, and that's fine if that's the case. But I think I understood For example, in Mr Taylor's inquiry report, and possibly Dr McMillan's recognition, I think SNH's views are characterised as not having concerns. Actually, that's probably putting it too well. Let me ask you a more narrow question. Dr Dargy, in his view, if I understand it right, is that if left alone, that area of felled conifer plantation would revert back to June Heath. And maybe I've misunderstood that, but I think that was his position. And you've got a knowledge of this site, and you've been on site. I just wondered whether you and or SNH had a position on that proposition, that what would happen there if that area of habitat was left alone, because in the applicant's submissions there's too much dead wood and organic material that mean that wouldn't likely happen.
Well, it so happens that in addition to his expertise on translocation and Gulf, Mr Rooney has particular experience of restoration of sand dune from plantation. But my own perception of the area involved is that it has more dead wood around than is desirable. But I believe that Mr Rooney's experience of Ainsdale Dunes suggests that the situation is nevertheless eminently retrievable, but I bow to his superior knowledge on this one.
Okay, just another question, if I may. In Mr Haspel's inquiry report, and we probably don't need to go there, just we can if you wish, but there's, and this is at 7.5 and the paragraphs after that, when it covers trimming of heather which has not been translocated. And I think that the plan would be that the heather is trimmed so that it changes the profile of it. There are lower down plants, and that encourages the heather to regenerate rather than leaving an older stand which wouldn't. So is there consensus that that's a beneficial means of managing the heather here, that would be a good thing?
No, there is a very famous piece of work done by Professor Gimmingham, the late Professor Gimmingham of the University of Aberdeen, which identifies phases of growth of heather which are indeed exactly as described, but we would regard as the natural growth form of heather as entering at some stage a mature phase, after which the process would start again. And our emphasis throughout this has been on the maintenance of natural processes, on natural features.
Thank you very much, Professor Angus. Mr Mackay, do you have any examination? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Professor Angus. I'm going to deal with these issues as they arose in your cross-examination, so unfortunately that means casting your mind back to yesterday morning for the first point. It was put to you by my friend Ms Wilson that there was ample evidence in the applicant's witnesses' evidence to support the success of June Heath translocation, including very recent evidence at Castle Stewart. Do you recall that line of questioning? First of all, do you know when Castle Stewart Golf Course opened?
I think it was about 10 years ago.
And do you know roughly when the translocation took place? Was it before that date?
It would have been before that date, but I gather it wasn't all that much before that date, because I was given the impression on Monday when we visited that things went to the wire somewhat, and they were very keen to have everything in place on the day of opening, and so it proved.
So since it opened about 10 years ago, has any monitoring report or scientific study or paper been provided which would allow you to take a scientific view on the success or otherwise of whatever was translocated at Castle Stuart?
No.
And in response to the line of question from Ms Wilson, you said that although you're impressed with the golfing features and experience, the objectives for nature conservation seem to you to be somewhat lower than for a golfing perspective. Can I ask you to explain to the reporters what you meant by that, by reference to what you saw when you went to the site?
Certainly. The land prior to the building of the golf course had been agricultural land, and agricultural land used for cropping has an extremely low biodiversity, with the exception of very unusual situations in the Hebrides. And the habitat mosaics created at Castle Stuart are undoubtedly a major improvement on the pre-existing situation. The translocation has worked in that context. There would be, in scientific terms, some medium-term concerns over the fact that it seems to involve the translocation of upland peat onto lowland sand, which will almost certainly result in the breakdown of that peat, the oxidation of that peat, and it will physically break down. And if I was the manager of that course, I would have some long-term concerns in that respect. To an ecologist, it looks wrong. The heaths end abruptly. There is a habitat edge, more so than there would be in the natural environment, even on the bits that aren't golf course. The bits that have been seeded using cuttings from, that is machine cuttings from the established transplanted heath there, have been used to try and expand the area of heath. And it is my understanding that the course managers, and indeed the Coul course managers, believe this to be a successful enterprise. It may well be in golf terms, but in terms of habitat classification, I fear that these areas would be classed less as heathland and more than it would be more disturbed ground with heather growing on it. So, though demonstrable success is clear in terms of moving heather from one part of the country to another and it continuing to grow, this would not be classified as natural habitat, and it would certainly not be something I would regard as an example that should be followed on a site of special scientific interest.
And you mentioned in the context of that answer that you thought that there was an attempt to translocate upland heath into a sand environment. Is that dune heath translocation in your view?
No, it is not. It is upland heath translocation into what is essentially an alien environment, and it would be my judgment, and it would be interesting to have this confirmed, that ultimately the coastal processes, because it is coast rather than dune habitat there, it was agricultural land. It is my belief that ultimately these upland processes will be displaced. Well, sorry, the processes already are displaced by coastal processes, but the vegetation that has been moved will increasingly be influenced by the process at Castle Stuart, so that they will ultimately look very different from the way they looked at the donor site some 40 miles away at higher altitude.
Thank you. Second point, please. Can you have before you CD 1.34 at page 3? This is the table in the aerial comparison document showing expansion.
So what page are we on? It's
page 3 of the document. CD 134.
Got it.
Do you have that, sirs? Now, what observations do you make, Professor Angus, first of all in relation to the location of what's found in this table? In other words, the bracken, the birch woodland, but also the dune heath, in terms of their dispersal over the site.
Sorry, I don't quite understand the framing of the question.
Where do we find the bracken and the birch woodland within the site, the invasive bracken and birch woodland?
We tend to find them on the steeper slopes, where it must be conceded there is a negative influence on dune heath habitat.
Is that, in general terms, the northern part of the site, near the dune heath habitat?
It is.
And
some of the bracken occurs further south, or in fact towards the centre of the site.
in that context, then, what observations do you make about the fact that the area of dune heath increased between 1988 to 2016 from 21.3 to 24.9 hectares?
Thank you. That has almost certainly spread into what had been dune grassland. So, though the dune grassland has a lower value in terms of long-established habitat than the dune heath, it isn't quite as straightforward as that. We can't say this site has improved in value because of this dune heath expansion. In fact, what has expanded is not specifically the dune heath, it is the heather or the other heath plants within that heathland. And it will take some time for the associated elements of heathland habitat to develop, such as mosses and lichens and the invertebrate communities, so that the older dune heath has a significantly higher biodiversity and ecological value than the newer stuff.
And in those simple terms, is the older stuff that you're more concerned about in your evidence?
That is exactly what we're more concerned about in our evidence.
Next point, please. Could you have before you NA-HLD-086? Do you have that before you? And it was put to you by Ms. Wilson that the site integrity assessment had not in any way been based on indirect effects. Can I ask you to look, please, at Table 1 on page 2? And the third column of that table. You see it's headed approximate indirect impact, and then for certain, although it's recorded that it's not been possible to accurately estimate indirect impacts at this time, the conclusion at the bottom is total direct impact equals 13.4 hectares, 7.4%, and unknown area through indirect effects. Is it clear to you from that, Professor Angus, that the indirect effects as an issue were identified within the SSSI site integrity assessment?
It is, thank you.
And just while we have that document, again, a line was pursued with you to the effect that the biodiversity net gains had been either left out of account altogether or at least only to some extent. Can we see on the top of page 2, in fact, a bit better to look at the foot of page 1, the last substantive paragraph on page 1. It says the proposal involves construction of an 18-hole championship golf course. Do you see that? And it reads on, irrigation system practice areas and associated infrastructure. This assessment is based on the information provided by the developer as part of the EIA submission process through the local planning authority. This includes 3 bullet points on that page, and then over the page at the top of the page 2, biodiversity net gains report. So again, although you did not yourself prepare this assessment, albeit you commented upon it, is it clear from the document that your colleagues would have taken into account the net gains report?
I have more information than this available to me, and I am quite certain they took into account the biodiversity net gains report.
If we follow on page 2, under the heading in bold, measures that will not counterbalance or offset the impacts, are those impacts A to E the type of measures that are set forth in the biodiversity net gains report?
Yes.
Next issue, please, Professor Angus, is the issue of fragmentation and edge effects. Can I ask you please to have before you SNH 110? And if you go to page 66 of that document, it's SNH 110, page 66. Now, you recall the general line of questioning which was to the effect that there was a lack of scientific support for your concerns over the edge effect, and your position, reading short, was that this was a recognised scientific phenomenon that was experienced elsewhere, and you could read across those findings. Now, in this context of this document, you're taken to the start of the main paragraph in the right-hand column on page 66, which starts, in an initial study of heathland invertebrates on golf courses, it was found that invertebrate density in patches declined with increasing degree of isolation of a patch. In that study, it appeared that the critical interpatch distance may be about 100 metres, and it seemed to be suggested to you that that was an appropriate threshold according to this study. You referred then to the following sentences. Can you read on from that point, please?
Beginning at which point?
Beginning above this figure.
Above this figure, invertebrate density in patches began to decline rapidly. However, it is not just the absolute distance between patches that is important, but the nature of the barrier between them, referring to figure 7.
And then it says, in the current work, it's been found that fairways, which are considerably less than 100 metres wide, represent serious barriers to ground-dwelling invertebrates. And if we look, please, to the bottom of the page at figure 7, do we see the annotation to that figure says that barriers to wildlife movement between patches may be small, such as paths or tracks, or large, such as fairways or sand in a bunker. What support do you take from these additional aspects of this document in support of your opinion?
It suggests to me that the figure of 100 metres has been substantially and substantively qualified, and it specifically mentions golf as an impact of this nature.
And insofar as the issue relates to the question of paths and your general concern in your evidence, as you've explained on a number of occasions during your cross-examination, being about the retention of vegetation which provides an appropriate habitat to species, what observations do you make about the potential for paths within the golf course to limit the spread of vegetation at the edge?
Again, we're back to this question of the nature of the barrier as well as its width. And can I refer you to App 1.18 in this context?
Of course. page 43 you're thinking of?
Yes, thank you.
So, in that context then, can you explain what you take from that document, albeit with certain caveats, no doubt?
There are caveats, the main one being that we don't know what this looked like before the path went in. But it illustrates what could happen when a path does go in. And you will notice that if there had been heath across the field of the photograph, it has been bisected. And at the edge of the heath has been substantially displaced by grassland. That is in accord with the sources I cited to support that very phenomenon, that heath loses the heath density towards its edge by a distance of up to 8 metres, particularly threatening the smaller fragments.
Now Mr. Taylor will be giving evidence later, probably next week, possibly this week, but possibly next week. He might be able to give some greater details to what this photograph shows, but do we see that the notation at the bottom of the photograph is heather receding back from the path? So with the caveats that you expressed, do you find support from this photograph for the phenomenon of the edge effect as applied to a path, albeit a gravel path, within a golf course environment containing heath?
I do.
Can I take you next, please, to NA-HLD-086? And if you go first of all to page 195 of the paper, that's the Colding and Folk 2009 paper. See NA-HLD-086 at page 195. Now the paragraph that was put to you by Ms. Wilson is on the right-hand side of that page, 3 paragraphs from the foot, under the heading of discussion. Do you see that? Although we would not statistically determine how golf course ranked relative to individual categories of land use due to limitations of data, a high proportion of golf courses, 63%, were found to have ecological values similar to or higher than nature-protected sites. Now, can I also then take you to a different part of the document for your comments, please, and that's the conclusion section, beginning on page 204. And the passage I'm interested in is at the top of page 205. And can you read, please, from the second line where it says, however?
However, and as shown here, the ecological value of golf courses is foremost determined by what habitats they replace when they were built.
If you pause there, do you agree with that?
Sorry?
Do you agree with that statement?
I do.
Next sentence, please.
Golf course construction involving replacement of native habitats generally leads to a regional decline of biodiversity.
Just pausing there, is that in essence one of your concerns in relation to the proposal for Coul links?
Very much so.
Reading on, please.
Conversely, well-planned and adequately designed and managed golf courses may enhance biodiversity in ecologically impoverished landscapes through an increase in landscape diversity.
And I take it from your evidence to the inquiry, this is certainly not an ecologically impoverished landscape.
That could hardly be the case given its designated status.
If you can continue on then, please.
Land use planners and managers that aspire to increase biodiversity in structurally homogenized landscapes and highly human impacted regions, like in agricultural and urban settings, should consider golf courses as a means for realizing this. Such considerations need, however, to be accompanied by a careful analysis of how and where golf courses best can support biodiversity in a region to avoid ecologically adverse effects from golf course construction.
And again, Professor Angus, do you agree with that conclusion?
I do.
Next issue, please. If we can refer briefly, I hope, to the issue that the reporter explored with you. In fact, it may not, because we've looked at the document recently, it may not be necessary to actually turn the document up, but you'll record the different categories of mowing and cutting of the fairways, the semi-rough, then the deeper cut rough out with the semi-rough, and then lastly the area beyond that, up to the point of the, beyond the point of the blue line that the reporter referred to. Do you recall that?
I do.
And actually, in fairness, it's possibly simpler if we take you to the relevant document, CD 1.7. On page 104. Now, the area that the reporter was particularly interested in was the area of managed natural rough, where it says the area immediately beyond the cut rough is a section of natural rough which will be mown occasionally, annually, or possibly twice a year with material collected with the objective of reducing organic matter. Now, have the applicants made clear to you, either in this document or elsewhere, the height to which the managed natural rough will be cut once or twice a year?
Not to my recollection, no.
If the same techniques were to be deployed as for the longer cut rough, in other words, taking it down to around 100 millimetres, what observations would you offer to the reporters in respect of either the potential for loss of habitat or modification of habitat?
We would regard that as loss of habitat. It isn't as severe as turf displacement in that it has the potential for long-term recoverability, but it is at least short-term and probably medium-term adverse impact.
Keeping that document before you, please, there's a separate line of cross-examination to the effect that you'd misunderstood the effect of table B19. Can you look at that, please? I'll give you a reference in 1 second. It's page 206 and 207. Do you have the tables? Table B18 begins on page 206, and then there's some text, and then 217 has table B19. Do you recall the general line of cross-examination that you'd not compared like for like, in that we're not comparing your own figures as against a proper understanding of the applicant's figures? And in that respect, it was suggested to you that you'd confuse yourself because what you ought to have done is understood what was described as the matrices within table B18. Do you recall that line of cross-examination?
I do.
If we look at table B18, do we see that for each of the phase 1 habitat, the phase 1 habitats that are being identified, there's a total combined. So, for example, if we take Dune Heath, the second phase 1 habitat, the total combined habitat loss is 4.47, both operationally and in construction. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is that the figure that's then transposed over into table B19 for Dune Heath?
So I lost B19. Yes.
And reading short, is that the same approach that's adopted for each of the other Phase 1 habitat communities of national importance that are identified in Table B19, i.e. dune heath, dune grassland, open dune and dune slacks? So the same figures are appearing in each table. They're just being drawn across from one to the other. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that explained at the foot of page 207 in the paragraphs beginning, Table B19 displays the proportional amount of habitat loss during construction for habitats considered nationally important?
Yes.
So on that basis, Professor Angus, do you believe yourself to have got confused as to what the correct figures are?
No.
Thank you. Lastly, we recall that you mentioned that your recollection, or your understanding at least, was that recent guidance issued by the CIEEMA had confirmed that the concept of biodiversity net gains was not relevant in a triple SI. In that respect, can I ask you please to have before you NC 156?
So I don't have the electronic version of 156. I didn't transfer it.
Hopefully someone from Coul can provide that to you. NC 156? If you turn, please, to the executive summary, which begins on page 7, Roman numeral 7. It's electronic, page 9.
Got it.
And as I think you mentioned, this is very recent guidance issued by CIEM, reflecting their current thinking on the issue. And the executive summary states in bold in the last paragraph, BNG, in other words, biodiversity net gain, does not apply to statutory designated sites or irreplaceable habitats. Is that what you were referring to?
That is what I was referring to.
Thank you, Professor Angus.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mackay, and thank you very much, Professor Angus. I think you've earned lunch, so perhaps it's 12:43, so if we're all agreed, perhaps we can take an hour for lunch and we can be ready to start again at quarter to two. Thank you. Irie. And we will be hearing next from Mr. Rooney from Scottish Natural Heritage. Mr. Mackay.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Rooney. You also have a precognition and an inquiry report or topic paper, call it what you will. Can I please ask you to read your precognition?
I am Paul Rooney, Senior Lecturer at Liverpool University. I specialise in coastal dune conservation management. Details of my professional expertise are set out in my topic paper. Although I give evidence on behalf of SNH, I do so as an expert witness. I confirm that the opinions and judgments expressed in this precognition and in my topic paper are my own and arrived at independently, and understand that my primary duty is to the inquiry process. Coastal dunes are naturally dynamic systems with many physical and ecological variations, differences and interactions. It is this complexity which make coastal dunes important and valuable for nature conservation. And sustaining this is necessary to maintain a dynamic dune environment. This is recognised in classic works by Salisbury and Ranwell. To fully appreciate the value of dynamic dunes requires an intergenerational view. In my view, the proposal does not take the long view required by the concept of sustainability. The required space for dune dynamics to proceed uninterrupted over sufficient spatial and temporal frames. The derivation of the word links means rising ground or ridge, a morphological variation. As it relates to golf, it typically refers to coastal dunes, but also sometimes to open parkland. Price notes that the character of a golf course includes the general landscape characteristics of the entire course and the general scenic setting. This is useful when considering the potential for alternative course layouts for Coul links, as they would still benefit from the general landscape characteristics of the entire course and the general scenic setting. Price argues that an individual golf course may be built across more than one type of landform, and that when assigning an individual course to an individual class, the dominant or most common landform type may be used. Again, this is a useful consideration when considering the potential for a links-style course, which is not developed wholly within the sand dune habitat. The proposal should, as its goal, aim to avoid negative impacts in the first place. This is supported by the guidelines for ecological impact assessment in the UK and Ireland. The proposal would benefit from a more serious consideration to a course layout which avoided dune heath. This would be mitigation by design. In my opinion, the applicant has failed to do this, especially considering the high conservation value of dune heath. The applicant claims that alternative course layouts would require significant earthworks with excavations likely in excess of 5 metres. This is an unsubstantiated claim. Additionally, the negative impacts of any excavations on the hydrological conditions in the SSI claimed by the applicant lack a credible evidence base. The applicant describes proposed translocation of dune heath as a form of mitigation, designed to minimise the significant pre-mitigation impacts on dune heath. In my view, these actions are better and more accurately described as compensation. Useful definitions of mitigation and compensation are provided on page 24, box 3.4 of the Syria Best Practice Guide on Habitat Translocation. Quoting from the IEEM guidance, mitigation is defined as measures taken to reduce adverse impacts, and compensation as measures taken to offset significant residual adverse impacts, i.e. those that cannot be entirely avoided or mitigated to the point that they become insignificant. The distinction between mitigation and compensation is explained in the Guidelines for Ecological Impact Assessments in the UK and Ireland, at paragraph 6.5 and at paragraph 6.7 translocation is expressly identified as a form of compensation. See also SNH 120, para 6.10 for explanation.
I wonder, Mr. Rooney, if I might interject a moment. Would you mind switching your microphone off in order for me to do that? Yeah. It's often better to deal with the point when it arises rather than wait until time has elapsed. It's this distinction between mitigation and compensation that I'm trying to get to grips with. As I understood it, looking at the SNH 20, the ecological guidelines, you were referring to paragraph 6.5. I don't know whether you've got that in front of you.
I will do in a moment.
Okay, no hurry.
So would you give me the number again, please?
Yes, it's paragraph 6.5. We're looking here at SNH 120.
I have 120 before me.
Right, have you got the paragraph in front of you?
Paragraph 1.2.
I'm looking at paragraph 6.5, which is the one that you quote of 120.
Sorry, sir, I don't seem to be able to find it just straight away. I have it now.
Thank you. Good.
Thank you.
It may not be a big point at all, but a distinction here is being drawn. You're drawing this distinction, and many others do, between mitigation and compensation. But even in that paragraph, 6.5, in the ecological guidelines, it says towards the bottom, compensation should always be seen as a last resort when all other mitigation options have been exhausted. To me, that would read compensation as one of the mitigation options, but at the bottom of the hierarchy of options. So it would be possibly your least preferred option, is the way I would read it. But do you read that in a different way?
I think you're quite that there is a distinction between mitigation and compensation, and agreed it might well be the one of last resort at the bottom of the hierarchy, but when compensation is enacted, it is not mitigation. Does that help?
To a degree, but I'm still puzzled about the sentence in 6.5, which says it should be seen as a last resort when all other mitigation options have been exhausted. Wouldn't it say when all mitigation options have been exhausted if compensation wasn't one of those options, albeit perhaps the least preferred?
Perhaps it might be useful if I go on to argue that one of the mitigation options would be mitigation by design. And if you could design out the significant residual impact, which would, if it was unavoidable, result in compensation, that would avoid compensation. Mitigation by design would remove the need for compensation.
Okay, I don't want to dwell on this, but what you're saying would suggest to me that you're saying mitigation by design is, if you like, high up the hierarchy. That's something that you would ideally want to do. But the way I was reading 6.5, was that if there wasn't another option, one mitigation option would be compensation. But that's clearly not how you see it then.
Sorry, would you just repeat that, if you wouldn't mind? Excuse me.
Okay, I'm probably taking up more time than we need on this anyway, but you're talking about mitigation by design. I'm wondering whether mitigation by design is mitigation towards the top of the hierarchy, as in amongst the most desirable types of mitigation, and whether compensation is a form of mitigation, but at the bottom end of the hierarchy.
Certainly, it's an option of last would be if you put into some kind of hierarchy, it would be a low down on the hierarchy. Perhaps the guidance is being produced, my understanding, to try and clarify the difference, if it's helpful or not, between mitigation and compensation, and to distinguish.
Sorry to interrupt, sir, but I'm finding it difficult to hear Mr. Rooney. I don't know whether it's because he's too far from the microphone.
Is that better? Good. So perhaps the guidance is produced to, as we have seen here in this, in the material produced for this inquiry, that the understanding of what mitigation is difficult, and it's trying to teach the different forms that is available, and that compensation whilst in the hierarchy of mitigation is in itself a different act.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Sorry to disrupt your flow. I think you were just at the end of paragraph 11 of your recognition.
Thank you. So I'll commence with paragraph 12. Compensation through the translocation of dune heath in this proposal cannot be relied upon to offset the loss of dune heath, a habitat of the highest quality. In this instance, it also cannot be relied upon to deliver a sustainable development. The impact of the dune heath can be avoided by a revised course layout. This would be mitigation by design. The impact of the proposed course on the dune heath is both adverse and significant, and translocation is, in my view, being put forward by the applicant in the hope that it will offset what should probably be regarded as significant residual effects. In my view, therefore, the proposed mitigation through the translocation of dune heath is more accurately described as compensation, as, quote, where translocation would, on balance, result in loss of nature conservation, as is likely to be the norm, treat it as compensation. Translocation is a measure of last resort. Negative impacts should always be avoided if possible. High-value habitats, such as dune heath, should be conserved in situ, and translocation should not be considered. This view is supported by the JNCC translocation policy. The applicant does not provide robust or convincing evidence for the repeated claims for translocation success. Providing photographs of translocation in progress and a short time after works is not robust scientific evidence and does not provide credible evidence to support claims for success. Although paragraph 5.4 of the JNC Habitat Translocation Policy acknowledges the need for further debate concerning the use of habitat translocations, it also makes the point that any new guidelines or policies would need to be based on more evidence on the outcomes of habitat translocations in different circumstances, including carefully designed experiments to test the stability of desired assemblages following translocation, and a comparison between predictions and the results obtained from monitoring the condition of translocated habitats. Therefore, although the JNCC habitat translocation policy was formulated in 2003 and is therefore dated, the aims and principles of this policy are still relevant today. Indeed, without a systematic literature review of published peer-reviewed scientific papers providing a solid evidence base, and in the absence of any replacement guidelines or policies issued by the JNCC, in my view, the advice contained within the JNCC habitat translocation policy remains sound and continues to apply, especially in the context of a SSSI. The significance of a habitat translocation depends on the value of the site, and the site integrity can be significantly compromised for the highest value sites. If dune heath habitat translocation is to be employed at Coul links, I consider that the integrity of the dune heath habitat will be compromised, as this is a high value site and the proposed translocation does not, in my opinion, provide evidence for the claimed success. In recent years, translocation practices and success rates have improved, but there remain significant shortfalls in the understanding and practices that, in my opinion, will result in a translocation failure at this site. There are no authoritative published studies to support claims that the techniques proposed using the evidence presented will succeed in this topographically and structurally complex dune heath environment. Moving dune vegetation successfully is full of significant practical difficulties that reduce the likelihood of success. Dune soils have a low degree of coherence to form turfs able to be translocated. The very varied topography of the proposed donor sites will present a difficult problem when cutting turfs and trying to retain their coherence. There is an intimate connection between the vegetation and its donor site micro and mesotopography, soils and aspect. The translocation proposals do not take adequate account of these factors nor their interrelationships. The translocation proposals do not take adequate account of lichens, their ecology, and the impacts of translocation on them. I consider that the likelihood of failure resulting from the translocation of lichens in the dune heath to be high, although this failure will not become apparent for some time. The description of soil conditions at the donor site and the receptor sites are inadequate. Aspect and topography in the translocation proposals for dune heath are insufficiently considered. If translocation of dune heath is to occur, the receptor site must match the donor site's soils, topography, aspect, and environmental conditions. These are critical factors for translocation. The proposed receptor sites are not proven to meet these criteria. There is a complexity of physical conditions in the dune environment at this site that deems it unlikely to facilitate the degree of success claimed by the applicant. Therefore, the balance of risk suggests, on a precautionary basis, that translocation success will not meet the applicant's bold claims and is likely to have a failure rate that will compromise site quality. Notwithstanding this, the proposal to translocate materials to receptor sites and overseed itself constrains the future quality of the site by deflecting the recovery of these areas that would otherwise be achieved through good and established dune conservation management practices, practices that should happen with or without the golf course. I consider that the applicant has failed to give adequate consideration to mitigation by design. The proposal impacts negatively on the unfettered operation of dune dynamics. The proposed translocation should be regarded as an attempt to offset significant residual effects on the dune heath. It is compensation, not mitigation. There is a high degree of uncertainty in being able to successfully mitigate or compensate for the loss of dune heath habitat. The translocation suggested by the applicant for dune heath habitats has no rigorous scientific basis. These uncertainties and shortfalls, taken together with the large scale of the proposed translocation, indicates there is a high potential for failure resulting in considerable loss. The proposal falls short of expectations to protect and conserve the dune environment, particularly as recognised in its formal designations for nature conservation. The proposal is not beneficial for dune conservation, nor the reputation of golf as a responsible environmental steward.
Thanks to Mr. Rooney. Two issues to address in chief. The first arises out of the questions from Mr. Bryan, the reporter. Can you turn, please, to your topic paper at paragraph 39? Now, in a discussion here as to your view on whether what's proposed for Coul Links is properly described as mitigation or translocation, you refer to best practice guidance lodged as SNH 90. Can you have that before you, please? SNH 90. Just before we look at the document, perhaps you explain to the reporters why you consider that this best practice guidance remains valid as at the present date.
I would consider that it remains valid at this present date in the absence of any other best practice guidance, and that is based upon what was good practice at the time.
And do we see that in the applicant's topic papers and inquiry reports that reference is made to this very document, the principal author of whom is Anderson? Is that right?
Indeed.
Looking first, please, at paragraph 2.55 on page 20 of the document. Does it say there, the significance of translocation effects? The significance of effects relates principally to the nature conservation value of the site. For high-value sites, especially SSSIs, including sites designated under the European directives, the types of effects outlined could seriously affect the site's integrity and hence its value, and would generally not be acceptable. In extreme circumstances, translocation might be undertaken as a last-ditch attempt when all efforts at conservation in situ have failed to salvage as much as possible of the habitat rather than lose it entirely. Does that reflect, in essence, the content of the GNCC advice from the same year, 2003?
It does. And I also note that the JNCC advice is that translocation shouldn't occur on a SSSI, but it reflects that.
Yeah, can you just perhaps keep your voice a little bit higher?
It does. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, I'm not accustomed to these. Yes, it does reflect that.
two other paragraphs, please. 3.2.1 on page 22. Again, in summary of the policy position at 321, best practice avoids translocation of SSIs or their equivalents in other countries on principle. But at the bottom of the same page, in bold, in the right-hand column, you see that the words habitat translocations might be proposed as a last resort compensation measure in such situations involving sites of high nature conservation value. Does that support your view of translocation when applied to a SSI?
It does.
And then moving on, please, to the next substantive paragraph, 3.2.2, headed Dealing with Translocation in EIAs. So do you understand this section to deal with and provide guidance on how to treat translocation within an environmental impact assessment?
Yes.
If you look at the left-hand column, the second last paragraph on that side of the page, on page 24, used the Institute of Ecological and Environmental Management guidance. Obviously, that was the version at that point in time, but which has subsequently been updated. And that was the document we looked at when Mr. Bryan asked you a question. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
Use it on defining mitigation or compensation for use in dealing with situations relating to planning and EIA. This is essentially the same as that provided in the Habitats Directive. Where translocation would on balance result in a loss of nature conservation value, as is likely to be the norm, treat it as compensation. Translocation could be argued to be mitigation only for some constant natural assets where any loss of nature conservation value could be adequately replaced. Now, in the context of that advice and the advice in the current version of the IEEM guidance, can you explain to the reporters why you take the view that what is proposed for Coul links is compensation and not mitigation?
It's compensation, not mitigation, because there's a significant residual impact that can't be mitigated. In other words, one might say healed over on site. Site, I mean the actual location of the habitat.
It might be suggested to you, though, that the applicant's evidence is to the effect that translocation will be successful and therefore ought to be treated as mitigation. Again, in the context of the advice which you've just looked at, what comments do you make in that regard?
The guidance that's provided says that in such a site of high value and with such an impact, it should not be treated as mitigation. It should be treated as compensation.
Thank you. Sir, I may come back to the 2018 CIEEMA guidelines. No doubt Ms Wilson will have questions to ask about that, so I'll address that in re-examination if necessary. The second point, Mr Rooney, am I right in thinking that when you prepared your inquiry report and your precognition, at that stage you hadn't had access, in fact, because it hadn't been provided, you hadn't had a sight of the precognition or inquiry report prepared by Professor Pye?
That is correct.
And Professor Pye makes a rebuttal point at paragraph 5 of his precognition. Can you look at that, please? Do you have it? Page 5, section 4.
I don't have it electronically, just a moment. As it was late. I don't have it electronically as it came in.
But do you have a copy, though?
I'm hoping to get one right now.
Obliged to my friend.
Sorry, is it the precognition?
It's a precognition. section 4, page 5. Page 5.
Just if you go at a pace that we can keep up with, please, Mr. McKay.
I have it before me.
Now, if I just read that paragraph to you, so we're clear as to the point that's being taken against you. Professor Pye says that paragraphs 33 to 38, Mr. Rooney states that it would be inappropriate to use the recently felled plantation area as a receptor site for heath turfs, and this area could be more profitably be allowed to develop dynamic dune features. In my opinion, the topography and wind exposure make it impossible to create sustainable mobile dunes in this area. Now, I'll ask you for your response in a moment, but it might assist the reporters if you just explain what you think Professor Pye means by sustainable mobile dunes.
Sustainable, in my interpretation of that, sustainable mobile dunes would suggest marram-dominated yellow, what we call yellow dunes, mobile dunes. In the Habitats Directive, they're described as white dunes. They are marram grass dominated, typically with large, significant percentage of bare sand, and that they would be topographically mobile.
Now, if we look then, please, to paragraph 36 of your inquiry report. This appears to be the, where Professor Pye gets the idea that you're suggesting that sustainable mobile dunes should be created in that area. This paragraph deals with the felled pine plantation. If we look 4 lines from the end of that paragraph, it says, placing dune heath turfs on the bare sand and overseeding such areas is detrimental to a more natural development of dune habitats and reduces the open and dynamic qualities of dunes, both of which are so highly valued in nature conservation. Now, in making that observation, were you in fact making the point Professor Pye thinks you were making?
No.
What point were you making?
I was making the point that you could create a better sand dune habitat there, which would be dynamic in the sense that it may well have some topographical dynamism, but it wouldn't be comparable to anything that you would expect in what we would call a mobile dune habitat, but it could be ecologically dynamic. The concept of dynamics involves not only geomorphological aspects, but also ecological aspects. I made that point in both my topic paper and the precognition. And so it could be ecologically and geomorphologically dynamic, but certainly not to anything that would approximate to mobile dunes. What would be created there by the actions that I propose would be really valuable dune habitat that would be in itself dynamic ecologically, and as any dune system is, no matter whether it's, even if it's overstable, it's still dynamic in ecological senses, hydrological senses, and to a lesser degree in terms of any aeolian movement of sand. I think that the focus in the interpretation of what I've put there has been probably heavily interpreted as being habitat which was very active in terms of wind-driven sand being driven round by wind to a large degree. That's not what I proposed.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mackay, that's that was the extent. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. When you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rooney. Could you have your inquiry report in front of you, or your topic paper as you refer to it? In your introduction, you referred to your lecturing roles and involvement in terms of EIA work as a lecturer. Are you specifically considering environmental impact assessment methodology in your academic work, or are you just looking at environmental appraisal work generally?
Just to clarify, is it you're referring to my teaching? In my teaching, I teach the undergraduate and postgraduate levels the general process of decision making in environmental impact assessment, and then the EIA specific methodologies, and then certain particular methodologies which could be employed within environmental impact assessment, and draw heavily upon good practice and latest publications.
Have you ever done an environmental impact assessment yourself? Carried one out for a project?
It's not usual for one person to conduct an environmental impact assessment, so the answer to that is no.
Well, I quite appreciate that there are different levels of expertise. We have different topics, so therefore there are different experts. But have you ever coordinated an EIA or participated by contributing to an EIA?
I haven't coordinated an EIA. I have contributed to an EIA, more than one.
On what topic?
Generally on ecology and sometimes some general environmental impacts, both as in my professional capacity and also in my personal capacity as a private citizen.
Therefore, when you discuss the mitigation hierarchy, is that based upon how you approach mitigation when you do EIA work, carry out an assessment in relation to coastal ecology, or is it based upon your academic study? As anyone, we draw upon the round of all of our life experience. So the answer would be I would draw upon elements of both. So the distinction you draw in terms of what is mitigation and what is compensation, is that based upon the approach that you adopt in your own EIA work?
The distinction that I make between mitigation and compensation is, as presented in my topic paper, and the recognition is based upon the definitions provided by the documents as supporting evidence.
And is that what you the approach that you follow in your environmental impact assessment work?
As they outline the current good practice and things we should do as a professional, I am duty bound to follow those lines and follow that, and try and do my best to understand and implement that best practice or good practice.
Do you accept that environmental practitioners can adopt different approaches to EIA work?
It depends on what level you're talking about. That there are obviously broad principles of environmental assessment or environmental impact assessment, you conflate the terms, that there are broad principles that should be common to all practitioners. And then of course there's the interpretation of legislation, which is guided by case law, which evolves. And then we come to another level that there are various methodologies that may be employed for any consideration of any impacts, and those methodologies are evolving. And of course, as methodologies evolve, then there may be differences between them.
So is the answer to my question that you accept that different practitioners may validly take different approaches to the way in which they carry out their assessment work?
If the reality of life is that people will take different approaches, I would suggest that anyone taking an approach needs to adopt a good practice typically within their professional institute.
Well, what's essential is that it's transparent and reasoned as to why they've taken a particular approach, is it not?
One would hope that that would be something that would be clear.
Sorry, just remaining with your background for the moment, in paragraph 5 of your report, you also make reference to the UK Sand Dune and Shingle Network. Is that group still active?
Yes.
And when I say active, are they involved in research?
Yes.
And has it thought or made any attempt to carry out any work in relation to coastal habitats, such as translocation in coastal habitats?
It's not the purpose of the Sand Dune Network to carry out such work as a group. The individuals within that group, in fact there are several sitting in this room today, undertake that work in their own professional capacity. That's not the purpose of the Sand Dune Network.
Are you aware of any research projects in relation to this matter, given that you gave evidence at the Many inquiry into it? Did you look into carrying out any research work yourself on this?
On
translocation of dune heath?
No.
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 If we could turn to the first topic that you deal with, the importance of naturally dynamic dune processes. Do you accept that, so far as Coul Links is concerned, it is an overstabilized system?
I think the description of over-stabilised applies to almost all dune systems in northwest Europe, so therefore would include Coul links.
And could you just explain for the inquiry what you mean by overstabilised?
The usual, the accepted interpretations of that would start with particularly the easiest measure that's usually come across is the reduction in percentage bare sand in a dune system, which then would would result from a combination of factors, including atmospheric deposition of nutrients, reduction in and modification of grazing pressure, which would, and that with other things would combine to increase the vegetation cover, increase surface roughness, reduction of bare sand, reduction of topographic movement. So you can say they're topographically mature, that they're basically slowed down, or in some cases almost stopped moving around. But then the concept of overstabilisation extends into then the modification of soils and the deflection and acceleration of ecological processes.
By that, do you mean in relation to the acceleration of growing processes, the more aggressive spread of vegetation on dune tops?
So you just repeat which processes?
I thought you said the acceleration of ecological processes. Was that your evidence?
There would be, you would see a development of vegetation communities which could be accelerated primarily through the things like the result of introduction of atmospheric deposition of nitrogen, which would increase soil development, which would not only accelerate but deflect successional roots.
So what you described would result in the further spread of scrub and trees within what was previously a dune system, and therefore reduction in dune habitat.
It would remain a dune system. That would be unchanged, but the vegetation cover would be modified.
There'd be a reduction in dune heath and an increase in species that you wouldn't normally associate with the dune system, such as bracken, gorse, other scrub cover that would normally be regarded as invasive species, such as those that we see and are discussed in the evidence in relation to Coul links, those that we see on site at Coul links.
Some of that, we could take some of that, but broadly, that would be something that would happen. If we're talking about let's say the dunes in the Atlantic biogeographical region, because it varies in different places, but the dunes in the Atlantic biogeographical region, from Denmark through to northern Portugal, including the British Isles, then that trend in vegetation may be expected, but it would be dependent in detail on each individual site. What was there, how it would happen, based upon the environmental conditions, the nature of the sediment, and also the human use of the site. Things that they would all shape and form what would happen on any one individual site.
But so far as Coul Links is concerned, it is a highly stable dune system. One sees overstabilization within the dune field. Is that not correct?
The terrestrial part of the Coul Link site subject to this proposal would certainly fall in line with the description of a dune system that was topographically mature. One should be careful. It's a common misunderstanding when talking about sand dunes, when using the word stabilised or overstabilised, to give the impression that it is a static landscape. Even if it is stabilised or overstabilised, there's still change going on, and it can still be a dynamic dune scape. But it was the elements of the dynamism would be elsewhere. The topographic change and the movement of sand through wind processes, the aeolian processes, would certainly be constrained and reduced, which may lead one to describe it as stabilised or overstabilised. But by inference, one should not, by inference, think that it is a static landscape. It remains dynamic.
Well, so far as Coul Links is concerned, what you refer to as the terrestrial part of the dune system, you're talking about that part away from the foreshore.
There's certainly, we had a GIS debate this morning and yesterday, didn't we, about lines on maps. Lines don't exist in nature. I'd defy anyone to show me a line if we're out in the field on a dune system. Where you draw the line is interesting there, because there is obviously that interface between the near shore, the beach, and what we would refer to as the terrestrial system. Because parts of the site, there's accretion, parts of the site there's erosion, and that will swing around on various time scales. And Professor Pye is much better informed than me to talk about that. But those seaward side of the proposal area would have change going on that is driven by marine processes, and will have change by aeolian wind-driven sand being moved by wind, which may well be aggravated or enhanced or made better by the light human pressure that's on the site.
And again, for clarification, before proceeding in more detail, where we have had a lot of evidence about dune heath, that dune heath is to be found within the dune system that you refer to as the terrestrial part of the dune system.
It's definitely terrestrial.
The other way that we could put it is that it's the most landward part of the system.
No, the most landward part of the system would be the beach and the most landward. No, there's blown sand to the inland of the dune heath. Maybe, if I could help, it's an ongoing. It's an interesting point of debate among scientists about what you define as the dune system. From a geomorphological point of view, one might define it as the area of, in the terrestrial sense, of blown sand. However, you can find areas of blown sand with human development on them, towns, roads, railways, and an ecologist or a biologist would not just consider that probably part of their dune system because it's been developed. However, geomorphologically, the blown sand area would extend much further, so making that definition of what is the system depends on the perspective and the discipline that you're describing it from.
Well, that's interesting, but just remaining with the nature of the dune heath habitat and whether that's dynamic or stabilised or over-stabilised. When you're talking about the mobile dune system, you're talking about the foreshore and, as you referred to earlier, the yellow sand dunes. And then you move inland towards the grey sand dunes and the mesotrophic grasslands. Is that correct?
That's a description. Oh, hello.
Sorry, in broad terms.
Sure. In broad terms, that's the type of Clementian linear description that is often used to describe sand dune succession in the simplest sense to what in England we would call GCSE and A-level students. That's something in my university that we then try and work out of them when they arrive at university, because the pathways for sand dune succession are far more complicated than that. Wet dune succession, dry dune succession, if as you were describing it in terms of the ecological communities. So although it is a valid description, it's recognised that that linear Clementian description of sand dune succession is very rarely found and is a simplification.
Essentially, though, what one experiences on the ground, and this is maybe something that the reporters will see for themselves on the site visit, is that as one moves landward, then the dune heaths and the grasslands become much more fixed and can become overstable.
I'm cautious of the terminology there because you use fixed and then overstable. Certainly one would find in the situation at Coul that as one proceeds, let's say, from the shore on a transect that moved inland, that there may be more topographic stability. However, that does not mean that those areas are static. Either, and certainly they would not be static ecologically. They may not be static in some parts of the outside. They may not be in some dune systems hydrologically. And the level of once a sand dune is vegetated, it's very difficult to get the aeolian activities going in there again. But there are some small patches of open sand, so there will be some small scale mobility in there. So therefore, it is not a static, wholly static topography. It is not moving, to put it in simple terms, it's not moving much, but it's moving in lots of different ways.
Well, what we're discussing at the moment is your evidence in this section of your report you refer to as naturally dynamic dune processes from paragraphs 15 to 18. And in that situation, we're not talking about ecologically in relation to that text, we're not talking about ecologically or hydrologically dynamic. You're talking here about a dynamic dune system. Is that not correct?
Just give me a moment to reread that. I think in paragraph 15 I make a couple of references to vegetation. And so it's not solely about geomorphology.
Well, reading on then, we see that in paragraph 16, as part of your account of naturally dynamic dune processes, you say it's the complex and continuing interaction of changing wind and water conditions over time, along with the interaction with changing sea levels, which keeps coastal dunes naturally dynamic and alive. These are key qualities of a dynamic dune system, a system that is a changing landscape. It is these factors and qualities that have made Coul links important. The concept of the dynamic approach to dune management came together at the European Union for Dune Conservation Conference in 1989. This was a landmark event in Europe that established an approach to dune management which appreciates, values and works with dune dynamics. This approach to dune management is viewed as good practice. The rehabilitation of close to natural dune dynamics through a geomorphologically led approach to the rehabilitation of dune processes, most notably by increasing the areas of bare sand and working with aeolian processes, is now a top priority for coastal dune management and nature conservation. Now, as I'm advised by Professor Pye, what this is discussing are geomorphological considerations and a change in thinking, which you seem to be agreeing with, that it is better not to have a stabilised dune system, but that a naturally dynamic dune, or a system that has naturally dynamic dune processes occurring, is a better way to ensure conservation.
Perhaps I might suggest there's some misunderstanding in the interpretation here, that we have to appreciate that people will, scientists will interpret the meaning of dynamic dunes through their own particular lens, from their own particular discipline. To say that to have all dune systems to be completely mobile with sand running around everywhere is absolutely not what is proposed.
That's not what I've said or put to you in the question, though, Mr. Rooney.
Would you, to help me then, would you just clarify? Thanks.
I haven't begun to suggest anything like a completely mobile dune system. What I'm suggesting to you is that this text, paragraphs 15 to 18, is clearly making a point to the inquiry that current thinking, modern thinking, is that a naturally dynamic dune process occurring within a dune system is the better way to ensure conservation. In other words, not stabilisation, not maintaining stabilisation.
I agree on the first point that we wouldn't want to be promoting stabilisation.
You would not want to be promoting stabilisation.
In that, the current the practice over the last, since the early 1970s in this country, some of which the good practice at the time was done in Scotland. The Countryside Commission Scotland produced a whole suite of documents and publications on this. And then in the mid-80s, the British Trust for Conservation Volunteers produced a document. I actually assisted with the field visits for that. And then the Natural Environment NA-HLD-086 produced a guide, the Good Dune Management Guide. And a lot of that was about fixing, reducing the problems of sand blow, particularly through uncontrolled recreational use. Trying to draw together some sense of what we mean by dynamic dunes now is a work in progress, and indeed today, just today, with my colleague who's a visiting professor, Dr. Lawrence Jones, have submitted a draft, and it is only a draft, that's why it's not here, of a guidance for Natural Resources Wales and Natural England, which develops and expands on what we mean by dynamic dunes. And I agree with you that there is an imperative to promote geomorphologically active features in the dunes in northwest Europe because of all the problems that I've already talked about. However, that is only one part of the picture and usually relates to the currently mobile or recently formerly mobile areas, and dunes still have a whole range of other qualities. They are heterogeneous landscapes with many different features and patches that have got pattern in them, and some of those features which are related to the more mature surfaces, and indeed some of the development even through woodland, through scrub to woodland, are things that we would consider and are part of the dune resource in this country.
Following on with that, in terms of the actions that are an imperative, what you say yourself in paragraph 18, rehabilitation of dune processes, most notably by increasing the area of bare sand. Is that not recognition that some disturbance of existing vegetation within the more terrestrial part of a dune system is a good thing?
Indeed, it can be. I've managed sites that have benefited from such inputs. And in fact, last week, and Professor Pye was present, unfortunately I couldn't be present, even last week, with a colleague of mine, I couldn't be there, presented some research that we're doing on the benefits of promoting bare sand features and understanding them more closely.
And is there, therefore, as a consequence of this more modern approach and line of thinking, a conflict with a management technique that would involve preservation in situ of dune heath?
No.
Well, obviously, where there is increased vegetation in areas, as we discussed earlier in relation to overstabilization, there's very little sand mobility and very little bare sand. I agree it is a more topographically mature area where the dune heath is. There is still areas of bare sand. There's still areas of limited mobility in there, as in limited as in by area. One of the challenges, in fact, in the research piece that we put forward last week to the seminar that Professor Pye was at, was that a lot of the thinking, I helped to promote it in the 1990s, that we needed these large-scale geomorphological interventions to create large areas of bare sand. However, one of the twists that I put into our research last week was to try and think about sand dune, the benefits of bare sand on different scales, smaller scales, meso and micro scales, and the area that we've got with the dune heath at Coul links does provide those.
And in terms of the natural dynamism of the heathland habitat, which we heard about in the evidence from Professor Angus, where heathland goes through 4 major stages as described by Gimmingham, when it gets through to the degenerate stage and in the pioneer stage, that creates areas of open ground, which creates those areas of bare sand, which geomorphologists have not fully appreciated in some sense in terms of the calculations, because it's difficult to measure. And yet the ecological benefits are quite clear and quite stark.
In that answer, you're talking about ecological dynamism.
They're related. They're related to each other.
It's the two going hand in hand that you're talking about.
One must take a holistic view.
A number of your answers were given more in the generality. How much time have you spent at Coul Links?
Most recently, I spent 2 days on site. It's very cold, just before Christmas. A couple of years ago, I conducted a private study tour of this coast, included visiting just independently this and other sites, staying up in Helmsdale and down in Tain, came up here. And then 8 years ago or so, I assisted a colleague in another university who had a research project, and I was up and down this coast, this immediate part of the coast, including this site, for maybe 3 to 5 weekends.
When you say up and down the coast, was that walking along the beach? Was it within the terrestrial part of the SSSI? Perhaps be a little bit more specific.
Which all of the visits?
Well, so far as the visits that gave you knowledge of Coul Links, and specifically that part of the SSSI affected by the proposed development.
Okay, so the visits 8 years or so ago, that was for the whole of the Firth and round to Morrickmore, and that was site driving around and walking, not on every part. It included a visit to Oval, at least one. I can think of, we went very close to it, but several others looked at and overviewed the site. The visit a couple of years ago, the private study tour, I had my wife with me, so I have to be careful because I ruin every single holiday that we go on, including going to Shetland this year, because we're really going to see a tombolo. She doesn't know that. That included a walk along the beach and into the frontal dunes, and then of course the 2-day site visit was thorough and particularly focused on a couple of days in the field, looking particularly at the proposal, walking Teeter Green, and then the environments around there. That's as much as I could have done.
Given that you make comments about the suitability of the recipient habitat for translocation, did you do any investigatory work of your own to establish pH values, soil conditions, similarity of those habitats?
No, that's not my role.
So you haven't established, for instance, any differences for yourself between pH values between the donor sites and the receiving areas?
No, that's not my role.
And I suspect I'm going to get the same answer to the next question. You haven't done any analysis of differences in soil conditions between the donor site and receiving sites?
You guessed it right. No, not my role.
Are you familiar with the distances between the donor sites and the receiving sites?
Yes, if you asked me to give it the distances in terms of metres, I wouldn't have that. But I have walked several times between them and visited those sites.
Did you have the diagrams, the relevant figures from the environmental statement when you carried out that function?
Yes.
Perhaps before discussing the comments you make about the likely success, if you could look please at CD 1.146 and CD 1.47. Sorry, no, just CD 1.147.
Just to check, was that CD 1.1.7?
1.147. Yes.
Can I just check that this is one of the documents when we got in hard copy, I think you had the wrong label on it. This is the Hall routes for heather translocation that we're looking at, is that correct?
It should be the translocation plan. It does contain the Hall routes as well. It should have pinks and blues on the north of the site. if it's the right one. Do you have that in hard copies? Mr. Ferguson got that in 147. It should look like this.
So, do you have? This is one of the ones we didn't get in hard copy because it was mislabeled. So we've got it on it electronically. But do you have a spare hard copy version of this that we could refer to by any chance?
Now you might need to hold your microphone in your hand. But in accordance with Mr. Little's instructions by the base. Now, do you understand that the way in which this has been mapped out is that the individual areas that will form the donor translocation, the donor heath, has been identified in the table down the side of the drawing?
Yes.
And that at the bottom there's a different table which shows the recipient areas, receiving areas.
The receptor areas, yes.
So just to demonstrate how it works, if we take, for instance, the first of the blue coloured hole, number 2, do you see that? It's also got D33 next to it. And if we look at the table for D33, for the donor area number, we can see that there are 2 donor areas for D33. Do you see that? And the 2 different colours for D33, one's a light green and one is a dark green. You don't see the greens on the plan, it's just for the index here. Yeah. And then if you look at the next box, you can see that the light green is receptor area R3 and the dark green is receptor area R4. you go back on to the golf course format, we see R3 is the large pink area immediately below the blue area, D33. Do you see that? And R4 is to the right of that. And we can see also on this plan, from the yellow lines, the transportation routes, or haul routes as they've been referred to. So, by way of example, in terms of translocation methodology that's proposed, for these two donor areas, they've been transported maybe 100 metres to R3. Would you agree?
If that's the scale and you measured it off, I would not. I
Well,
think the point might be, it's maybe around that scale.
A short distance.
Without being pedantic, it's meters. It was 100 meters. It's it may be short, it may be long, but that's 100 meters or so.
Okay, well, let's put it in the context of Castle Stewart, which was 40 miles. But this is just meters that we're talking about around the site. It will vary depending upon the relationship as shown and brought out by the different holes relative to the recipient or receptor area. But it's in close proximity, is it not?
I agree that it's a matter of meters, and that it doesn't at all in any way equate to the distance that material was moved at the Castle Stewart site, which was it whether it was 40 miles or 40 kilometres, it doesn't equate. The Castle Stewart situation was much more distant.
And another very significant difference is that this is coming from the same habitat area, the movements within the same general habitat area, as opposed to upland turfs being taken 40 miles to a sand-based coastal site.
I partially agree with that, in that you're moving sand, in the Castle Stewart situation, it was a completely different habitat type and sediment type, which was moved into effectively a sandy landscape. I will concede that it's moving within the broad range of sand dune, of it being a sand dune at Coul Links. However, you're not moving it from the same habitat type from one habitat type to another. It's not. If it was, it would be dune heath there already.
As I understand it, it's been moved into areas that have lost their dune heath habitat, but there remain elements of dune heath habitat within these areas.
So, a large part of it is not dune heath.
Just to put it into the context of your own evidence, if it's necessary, as you say in your evidence, to have consideration of intergenerational changes, it's surely relevant that if you're translocating into an area that was dune heath and has been lost, that you look to the longer term, to the re-establishment of dune heath in the area that it previously was.
I suppose this brings us back to the understanding of sand dune dynamics, that within a site there will be variation ecologically and physically over periods of time, and permitting that to proceed is one of the key qualities of a high-value conservation site. If one was to think in intergenerational terms as well, and just geomorphologically, one has to think in perhaps even in sediment budget time scales, and in responses to climate change, which may move us into thousands of years. So dynamics, operate at different spatial and temporal time frames, and I think I tried to make that point in my evidence.
Well, you also have made the point in your evidence that the loss of dune heath at this site is due to atmospheric nitrogen deposition and overgrazing. Lack of grazing. And the loss of dune heath to those causes is one of the threats to this triple SI that's identified. Now, I know you're not an employee of SNH, but I think you were here yesterday when you heard the discussion that one of the management objectives for this site is to increase dune habitat. Do you recall that?
I do, but I don't recall saying that at the start of your statement where I said that those things had happened on this site in particular. They may well have, but it was a broad description of dunes in northwest Europe. It may well have happened on this site, but I am unconvinced by the evidence to describe the changes in the distribution of heather. Now that's the important thing here. We have to be. Heather's quite easy to pick out on aerial photography because it's dark and it provides a visual contrast. And indeed, that's why that visual contrast in dunes is one of the primary reasons why, as I understand it from for Castle Stewart, why it was introduced at Castle Stewart. If one was to think about the dune heath habitat in a broader sense, the heathland habitat would include scrub, dotted scrub, gorse, it would include bare ground, it would include parts of acid grassland, and it would recognise that there's a change in that as the heathland goes through those four stages of pioneer, building, mature, degenerate, and then changes distribution in the site. And it's, although I don't work for conservation organisations necessarily, but my understanding is that site designations and condition features recognise the changing and dynamic extent of these features, because nature changes.
Does in your evidence, do you accept successional change?
I'd be a bit of a flat earther if I didn't accept successional change.
Ms Wilson, not to cut you off, it's 3:25 or getting towards that, and I'm just wondering at some point if we can find a natural break, so we can have a 10-minute break for the witness.
So it's not a natural break in this part of the evidence, but it's a natural break in the sense that I'm not going to look at this drawing anymore, and we would have a break and all get rid of the drawing at the same time.
Okay, if we take 10 minutes then, thank you. Documents which might be of assistance for after this for parties. We did find our copy of that document. In the electronic documents we have 1.147 and 1.117 have been transposed. So 1.117 is the translocation plan 1.147 is the whole route, and I don't know whether that's the same for everyone else, but should you be lost over the next few days, that's the reason why. Okay.
Mr. Rooney, when we are still having recently in mind the viewing of that plan that the report of Mr. Little's just referred to, not just the distances in movement is relevant to the success of translocation, but also perhaps the scale of translocation. And you were involved in the many inquiry, as we know from the report of that inquiry, where there was discussion of 35 hectares translocation for that site as a whole. Do you recall that?
I certainly recall the many inquiry, and that involves a proposal to translocate large areas of dune slack.
Could you have the report in front of you, please? It's APP 131. 1.31.
I don't have that electronically.
It was one of the late documents, so it might have been supplied to you. APP 1.31.
Okay.
The paragraph is 4.64 at page 206. It might not be exactly 206 on the electronic version.
Okay, I think we've got section 4.64.
And do you see that paragraph under the heading Translocation, Mitigation and Habitats?
I do.
Besides, these are, I don't know, just to explain to you, these are the reporter's findings on the evidence that's reported elsewhere. Besides the sensitive approach to the management of a transition, RUF, Trump's approach to mitigation is based on design where a substantial part of dune and slack backdrop to the coast would remain untouched, etc. Habitat management and enhancement and habitat translocation. The last, i.e. the habitat translocation, involves 35.1 hectares for the site as a whole, with 19.4 hectares of that proposed for translocation within the SSSI. And then there's reference to Dr. Dargy's evidence to the effect that it can be successful and that after development and with mitigation, habitat conditions would be better overall than at present. Paragraph 4.65, standing the fact that translocation is not an acceptable alternative to maintain conservation within SSSI boundaries. We are heavily influenced by parties' significant reservations concerning the prospects for translocating such sensitive plant material. And that was marram grasses at that, primarily, was it? At Many?
No.
What was your understanding of the habitat involved?
The habitat that that you referred to, the 30 odd hectares, as my understanding was primarily dune slack.
There's a distinction drawn between 35.1 hectares for the site as a whole with 19.4 hectares for translocation, but your recollection is, we'll find it in the rest of the report, but your recollection was that it was dune slack.
My involvement in many was primarily around the translocation of dune slack. Not so that's a different habitat to what we're considering here.
Is it not the case that you can't translocate dune slack?
I don't think I've ever said that.
Sorry, do you say you don't think you've said you can?
I don't think I've ever. It's not. I think it would be unwise for anyone to provide absolutes in this instance. Either absolutes that you can't do something, or absolutes that you can do something with astounding success. That's unwise, particularly when we're considering translocation of habitats, because in the broader sense, some are fantastically complex and very difficult, and you can't translocate them. I take students, for instance, to the Manchester Second Runway construction, which was literally groundbreaking, the largest civil engineering project in the country, and there was if you're going to put a runway in there, it's of national interest, so it overrode things, and it went through an ancient woodland. Now, you can't translocate an ancient. You can't be sure that you can translocate an ancient woodland, because just by moving it, it undermines the definition of it being an ancient woodland, of being present there, for hundreds of years. It certainly is possible to translocate habitats, but the science behind it, and particularly in this instance with dune heath, raises concerns that are serious, which I've tried to reflect in my evidence. But that doesn't mean that you can't do something. You could do it, but it may not be very successful.
Well, we'll come back to that particular concept in due course, but so far as this particular report is concerned, do we see that the finding is that related to the sensitivity of the plant material, requiring the maintenance and re-establishment of microhabitats, and on such a large scale? So what's emphasised in that finding is the scale of the translocation that was proposed, which, as I understand it, is nearly 5 times as much in area as is proposed at Coul Links.
It certainly is a larger area, but it's of a different type.
Well, it's not just a larger area, it's 5 times larger. In Coul Links, it's proposed to translocate 4.4 hectares into receiving area of 6.2 hectares.
We can talk about the exact numbers, and yesterday and today about that. That's not part of my evidence. I'll accept your figures, and that they are the extent of the proposed translocation in terms of square meterage. Is different from that which was proposed. But I would that we are like that old comedian, isn't it? Remember that comedian where he used to put on the, like...
I think perhaps you're a bit of a comedian without it as well.
Norman, someone who was called, wasn't he? Okay. Switching it back on again. Maybe we should wear a comedy tie as well. I think the key I'm absolutely not... I can't disagree with you. And I agree with you completely about the square metre extent. That's a fact. I think one thing to point out here is that you're talking about what I was involved with at many, were sand dune slacks, the low, wet, biodiverse, rich, species-rich areas in what the Americans call swales, the bits in between the dune. We're not talking about that here. We're talking about a dry dune habitat high up, and they are two functionally, structurally, and in the summary sense, ecologically different dune habitats. Certainly the aerial extent is different between this and many, without any doubt. Let me know when I can get rid of this folder, please.
I will do at some point. And again, carrying on with the scale, that's developed further over the page. The sentence that follows on from the one I just referred you to. The reporters found, indeed, it is apparent that the area which would be translocated would be much larger than any other that has been attempted before anywhere in the United Kingdom. So there were particular considerations associated with that that are distinguishable from the considerations at Coul Links.
In terms of the area proposed for translocation in the sand dune, yes.
And then on the question of dune slacks, experience is largely experimental and new techniques and equipment would have to be developed, particularly if young dune slack is to be moved successfully. So there were particular considerations associated with young dune slack there, which I think you'd already referred to in your evidence.
In my evidence at many, or the evidence at Coul?
Just now you made mention specifically of the fact that your involvement at many was in respect of dune slack.
Certainly one of the points of, let's say, concern that I raised at many would be the practical difficulties of translocating the early successional stages of sand dune slack communities, which are very open, sandy and friable. In that respect, those concerns may be reflected in my concerns that I've raised about the translocation or related to substrate issues and coherence of TERVs with that which is proposed at Coul.
We're spending a lot of time talking about a different case with a different type of habitat, which was much greater in extent. I'm just struggling to see the direct relevance of this for what we're here to discuss today.
Well, it is of some relevance, sir, that there is this decision that looked at similar issues. I agree it's a different habitat. And there were particular considerations associated with that development. And there has been reference by objectors in particular to the many development.
Yes, I know, but still, I'm still not, for the last 10 minutes, I've not taken much out of these exchanges as they relate to Mini. If there's a read across to what that means for us, I've not picked up on it yet.
Well, there is also the benefit of closing submissions in due course. But so you'll be pleased to know that I've finished referring to the decision. Sorry, you've finished with that folder now. Now, time does move on and understanding moves on, and I think you yourself have visited, along with Professor Angus on Monday, the Castle Stewart development, and have seen a different, or you've seen a successful translocation at Castle Stewart.
We visited Castle Stewart on Monday, and we had the benefit of an extended and very insightful tour from the course manager. It was very fruitful, and I, along with Professor Angus, we were taken to the areas that they translocated upland heath onto that sandy former agricultural land area.
I'm sorry, sir, I'm not picking up half of Mr. Rooney's answers. It's not his fault, it's the microphone.
Shall I start again?
Not right at the beginning, but towards the end, your concluding comments as to what you got out of that visit.
Okay, so we had the benefit of visiting on Monday, and we had a very insightful and rewarding tour conducted by the general manager, where some aside we saw the magnificent clubhouse, the great views, the careful design of the site, and then went to the areas where there'd been translocation of upland or peat heath, not something you would find in a dune system or sandy site, where they'd been placed in the course. Yeah, we went to visit that. That was a long answer, I'm sorry.
Sorry?
It was a rather long answer, I'm sorry for that.
If we could look at the particular issue, though, as to what you got from that tour in terms of evidence of successful translocation, I know from Mr. Haspel, who worked on that project with the course manager that you met with, that he's particularly enthusiastic and pleased with the results that have occurred, and I'm sure he shared that with you.
Yeah, I think you've got to understand the purpose of it, and as what I understood was the purpose of the translocation of extraneous heath habitat into the site was primarily for aesthetic golfing purposes, to provide visual interest and contrast and points of focus at certain times of the year with colour and grain in the landscape. And one could see why that had been done by placing the thick peat turfs on knolls of the dunes, to enhance the aesthetic and visual contrast as you play down the fairways. In that sense, it has achieved its aim. But one must remember that this is not dune heath that's been brought in. And I did have so it was done for a very different purpose. It was done for golfing, aesthetic and visual purposes, and it's successful in that respect. In the evidence provided by Professor Angus, he reflected concerns that I share about the longevity of those translocated turfs, and also that they one can see I don't want to bring this, the edge of them very clearly still, that they still provide you can see the artificialness, if that makes sense, of them. And I did ask we had a very constructive engagement with the course manager. It was a real pleasure. But I did ask about any monitoring of this project, and there seemed to be none in place, which is a great shame, really.
I'll come back to monitoring in due course in relation to why it is you don't accept the possibility of success, but the success that I'm discussing with you, and irrespective of the design purpose for translocating the heather, in terms of success, what you saw were healthy heather plants that had not died back.
Just on a point of correction, I've never said there wouldn't be success. It was the degree of success. And I agree that we saw heather plants that were persisting, and one must make the contrast between heather plants, heath vegetation communities, and heathland as a broad habitat and indeed a cultural landscape. What I saw was translocated turfs that contained heather, which at the moment are persisting and fulfilling successfully the function, the aesthetic, visual function for the purpose of golf.
Well, we'll hear from the applicant's witnesses as to what can be concluded from a practical perspective from that project. But do you not even acknowledge that if that species can be translocated from a site 40 miles away, from a different elevation and different location, then it must lead you at least to acknowledge, if not fully accept, that the chances of success must be better and greater at Coul links given the short distances over which the translocation will occur or would occur.
As you focused on on Kaluna as the plant, you must appreciate I could have bought a plant of heather from a garden centre in Liverpool, took it on the plane with me, brought it up here and had it in the hall all week, and it would persist. And indeed, if cared for, it would persist for a long time in this hall if looked after correctly. Distance is not so much the issue. Although short distances would mean that you are likely to have to look after it for such a long period of time, and it's not likely to be damaged or modified in some way. It's the care and the technique that goes in there. The key thing at the Castle Stewart area is that it was not translocating dune heath. If we think about what we're talking about rather than the plant, if we think about the habitat, a habitat includes the substrate, and the substrate was wholly different here. It's thick peat.
Did you see lichens present within the translocated habitat? Did you look for lichens?
I did, and the lichens, I'm not denying that they may be present, because in the time available I couldn't have gone through all of it, but the lichens seem to be most prevalent in the open sandy areas outside of the translocated areas on the open habitat there. Now there may well be lichens present, but it wasn't my brief to go and conduct a lichen survey on that site.
No, but in answer to my question, you did see them present there.
I saw lichens present outside of the translocated areas.
Although you have very firm views about the inappropriateness of translocation at Coul links, have you ever yourself been directly involved in advising on a translocation project?
yes, and conducting it.
And what ones were those?
Various ones on the Sefton coast in the northwest England when I was a site manager before, and we're talking in the mid and late 80s, before any guidance had come out or anything. And they were, I remember rescue operations from a development, of housing development of some dune slack turf and grassland. Another one where on a military rifle range where we had to lift and move turf for green-winged orchid and then put it back again. Other dune slack projects, and then species translocations for the natterjack toad, a protected species, and annex species, to various sites in North Wales, and sand lizard translocation programmes from our sites to sites in North Wales, and to captive breeding programmes. I might go through some more, but there's a few. And
you have then, or have you been involved in a successful project, or successful translocation project, or did yours fail?
Yeah, one of the probably the most successful one, which is written up and published, was actually where I went. This is twice I've brought my wife up, but it's actually where I met my wife. Where there was an endemic species called the Isle of Man cabbage. It's not a cabbage, okay? It's a nice plant with yellow flowers, and there was an area. You come back to the issue of what's a dune system. There's an area that was on blown sand, but was it being developed. It was a nursing home. They wanted to grass this area over, and this plant was there. It was one of the last colony, or one of the last colonies on the Sefton coast. And we took care, and with a colleague of mine, Professor Pye will know him, and maybe other people, Dr. Phil Smith. My wife was a volunteer then, and we translocated Isle of Man cabbage, and there's been ongoing monitoring of those colonies, and they're published in Watsomnia, and it's been successful. In fact, one of the colonies actually is subject to a possible development proposal now, and we're talking about what to do with it and move it on. So that's an example of yes. And then also the species ones with natterjack toads, and in a team with sand lizards, because they're very complex.
Would you agree that it's the particular techniques and the management of the project and the aftercare after translocation that are crucial elements of success?
I'll just a caveat that, of course, it needs to be appropriate in the first instance, and if not, it shouldn't go ahead. But presuming that it is appropriate and authorised, and if you're working with protected species, it has to be licensed, etc. Then all those factors you describe are absolutely crucial. It's also to have a careful consideration, in some cases over time, of the donor site and the receptor site, and then aftercare beyond that. And aftercare not only includes practical measures, but also ongoing monitoring of science to learn from this, so that we can enhance this. Because translocation is something that goes on and is appropriate.
It seems to be your position that, so far as this site is concerned, because there is no, or the translocation proposed at this site, because there is no published scientific paper based upon monitoring on sites where translocation has occurred within golf courses, then you don't consider it as sufficiently well proven to result in you supporting the idea.
If that's your interpretation, I'll take that. But where I came from being asked to act for or with whatever the expression is, work with SNH. When asked, I stepped back and said I needed to put this under consideration because I like to think that I'm not narrow-minded. I've done a lot of work with and for golf and a lot of work with and for nature. I don't see a division necessarily between the two. They could be complementary. But having had a look at the, before making a decision, having a look at the information that was available at that time before I agreed, relatively late on, acknowledged, I was concerned that to put it bluntly, perhaps it's a little bit short, the developer hadn't done a very good job in terms of being persuasive. And so, as I stated at the start of my precognition, my entry into this is to better inform the decision making, and I hope my contributions will help that in any critical review of the information that is before us.
Well, you've mentioned a few times in your evidence, both in your precognition and in your oral evidence today, that it's a great shame that monitoring wasn't carried out on other sites where translocation has occurred. But if it's possible to learn from experience, and that experience demonstrates success, it's not necessary to have a formal monitoring program, is it?
In response to that, I would say, yes, it is.
Have you monitored each and every one of your translocation projects?
Personally, I haven't, but all of them, that, apart from the very early ones before guidance when we were just making it up as we went along, the protected species ones are thoroughly monitored and by a teams of people and are subject to National Species Recovery Programme projects initially. And I also gave you the example of the Isle of Man cabbage, which is as annual, and crikey, we've been married 26 years together, nearly 29 years, so that's been going on for nearly 3 decades. So my answer to that would be, you do need a monitoring programme. When you say formal, I mean, that's, you can make monitoring as difficult, as bureaucratic as you want, but certainly that you need to, there's a collective, kind of almost ethical or moral duty to contribute to the body of knowledge.
Apart from the one published paper that you referred to, did you publish any other scientific literature in relation to the monitoring you've carried out?
It wasn't my role because things got passed on to other people.
In paragraph 57 of your report, you say, as a principle, high-value habitats such as dune heath should be conserved in situ and translocation should not be considered. Is that the basis upon which you say it's not an appropriate mitigation?
So I think I already described that. I don't think it would be mitigation. I think mitigation would be mitigation by design.
I'll come to that specific point as to whether it's mitigation or not in a moment. What I'm asking you is, the reason that you say it's not appropriate is for the principle that you state at paragraph 57. Is that correct?
The principle that high-value habitats such as dune heath should be conserved in situ is my position.
So that's, when you say high-value habitats, that's a reference to priority species, is it?
Dune heath as a habitat is not a priority species.
To priority habitats.
It is listed as a priority habitat in the Habitats and Species Directive. Oops, hello. Its value is also then reflected in my understanding, in the formal site conservation designations.
Is there not something of a contradiction in your evidence? Because the front end of your evidence extols the virtues of a naturally dynamic dune system, which you have accepted during your cross-examination, involves movement, geomorphological movement as well as ecological. But if you conserve in situ dune heath across this site, then you would end up with an overstabilized system, would you not?
No.
Your position is absolutely not. You would not result in an overstabilized dune system if you didn't do anything to the dune heath and simply kept it all in situ.
Overstabilisation isn't a product of the dune heath, and it being present on the site is not a cause for conservation concern in its broader sense.
Our recollection is that you did earlier in your cross-examination in respect to the part of your report on naturally dynamic coastal processes, accept that some disturbance of heathland had benefits.
Some disturbance of heathland may have benefits.
Do you accept that there's a difference between conservation and preservation in situ?
I don't propose preservation in situ. I propose conservation in situ. And that is the stance of the conservation agencies and the people who formulated things like the JNCC policy. It's about conservation. Anyone who's... It's very rare for any conservationist to propose preservation unless it was for a wilderness area or perhaps some kind of geological static feature and ensuring an exposure.
I think, to cut it short, you're saying that you do accept there's a difference between conservation and preservation in situ. I accept that there's a difference between conservation and preservation, wherever it is. And on the basis that there is a distinction, one of such distinction is that conservation usually involves management.
Nature conservation is a social decision taken by society and therefore, by definition, involves some kind of human intervention, as would preservation, because to achieve that would also require some human intervention.
But from the evidence yesterday, we know that there is not any human intervention at Coul links in relation to the sand dune habitat. Is that not the case?
That is not the case, because people walk on the site and modify it. There are rabbits present. They are not native. They are introduced grazing animals to the site. And the landscape will have been influenced over the years by other grazing animals. Undoubtedly, historically, dune systems were grazed. So I would be as bold as to say there is no dune system at all in any of the British Isles that does not have some form of human influence. One may describe them as cultural landscapes.
Mr. Rooney, I think you know very well we're not talking about human influence. We're talking about you mentioned it as human intervention, not influence. You're talking about active conservation management. And that's what I'm putting to you, that there is no active conservation management in relation to sand dune habitats or Coul links.
I can only judge it on the visits that I've seen now. I understand that SNH have tried to initiate active conservation management on the site with the landowner without success. Active conservation management can also be passive. I know that doesn't make sense, because by the very fact that there are designations on the site which recognise the value and then constrain what can go on there, and this is the reason why we're here today, that in itself is an active conservation measure.
Are you familiar with the site management statement for Coul links? I was asking the witness if he's familiar with the site management statement for Coul links.
I'm familiar that it's one of the documents lodged here. It's not been my business to go into that in depth, as that is a matter for SNH staff.
Is that a roundabout way of saying you haven't read it?
I have read it.
On that basis, then, you'll be well aware that there are threats identified in that management statement, aren't there?
Indeed.
And there is no active conservation management to try and address those steps, are there, on this site?
That's in my limited understanding, because obviously I'm not one of the people in that negotiation and I'm not SNH, but from what I've heard yesterday and the evidence presented, that does seem to be the case.
The final issue to raise with you is your very strong desire to differentiate between what is a mitigation measure and compensation. And if you could look first of all, please, at SNH 120, which is the document that Mr. Brown, the reporter, took you to. Page 38, you refer to paragraph 6.5. And I detected a reluctance on your part to accept that compensation, that the wording there properly construed, led to the conclusion that compensation did form part of the mitigation hierarchy. Why is it you're so reluctant to accept that compensation is mitigation, a form of mitigation?
My reason for differentiating between it is that compensation addresses the issue where there's significant residual effects that can't be addressed by mitigation, and therefore it's more properly described as compensation.
Well, I understand what your reasoning is, but what I'm trying to understand is your personal reasons for wanting to insist so dogmatically on the fact that there is a distinction. Why do you think that matters in this case?
First of all, I've drawn from the practice guidance, which is before the inquiry, and quoted from it, and I'm reflecting that collective wisdom. And that's it. As an environmental professional member of the Chartered Institute, it's my professional duty to reflect that guidance, and that's what I've aimed to do.
Either you're not understanding the question, Mr. Rooney, or you're choosing not to answer it. Why do you think you have to emphasise that this will be compensation and not mitigation? Why does that matter in the decision-making process as to whether it's compensation or mitigation?
First of all, I'll just, I fear of repeating myself, I'll just say that this is the guidance from my professional institute. So I will follow the guidance from my professional institute as well as contributing to that. And I think it's important that that we recognise the differentiation which is laid down, I think, quite clearly in that guidance and which I've offered as evidence. That's why I hold by it.
But what you can't seem to explain is why it's important. Why does it matter in the decision-making process as to whether it's compensation or mitigation?
It's the nature of the impact is different, and the possibility of, if you want to say, to use a lay term, of healing that impact. That's the difference. So let's take it, for instance, to use if you indulge me for a moment, and if I could use an analogy. If I fall, trip, and twist my ankle, I might, or lose a limb, sadly in a car crash, I would get compensation, because it can't be, it's an injury that can't be healed, right? Losing a limb or something, it can't be healed. Whereas mitigation, in the sense that it's meant here, is an injury that could be healed. Compensation is an injury that is applied where the injury can't be healed. You can only be compensated for it. In an accident scenario, I know it's an analogy, but that's where you would receive £10,000 for losing a limb. Okay, it doesn't replace your limb. It might make life better.
I would say that's probably the most nonsensical analogy I've ever heard in terms of ecological impact assessment. You're talking about financial compensation for financial injuries that occurs through principles of law that you're entitled to. We're talking here about why translocation should, it would appear from your evidence, be treated significantly different because it's compensation rather than mitigation. Let me give you a more relevant analogy. If there was to be an impact upon a population of protected bird species, and the suggestion was that you provided a habitat enhancement plan so that the population otherwise survived and benefited. For instance, such as often happens with black grouse when they're affected by development. So there's enhancement of habitat elsewhere for that population to thrive, resulting in an improvement in the habitat generally. Now that is treated as a mitigation measure in respect of which conditions are imposed to require the provision of that habitat plan. It's not compensation, it's mitigation to affect the reduction in the population. There's really no difference here. This is enhancement of Dune Heath. It's ensuring that the extent of Dune Heath, leaving aside questions of success at the moment, just the principle of why it's being done, it's ensuring that there isn't a reduction in the Dune Heath habitat by translocating it. That is mitigation.
I disagree, because the guidance says that on translocation on high-value sites should be treated as compensation. And so, simply, I'm afraid, Disagree.
Well, you only cite 6.5 in support of that proposition, don't you, from this guidance, paragraph 6.5? From this guidance. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if you look at paragraph 6.1,
Sorry, it's not correct. It's 6.7, if I recall correctly, is also referenced.
well, I'll come to 6.7. Let's look at 6.1, which is the introductory paragraph. A sequential process should be adopted to avoid, mitigate and compensate negative ecological impacts and effects. This is often referred to as the mitigation hierarchy. For most projects, avoidance, mitigation, compensation and enhancement measures should be identified as part of the ecological impact assessment process. Now that seems to be very clearly including compensation within the mitigation hierarchy.
Yes.
And then paragraph 6.7 doesn't deal with descriptions of mitigation. It's dealing with a separate point, 6.5, that deals with the question of, or that you refer to for the point you make. You would agree, would you not, that an introductory paragraph as 6.1 gives context within which to read the rest of the document, or the rest of the relevant paragraphs?
Indeed, and that's why it's the introduction. Yes.
So look please at SNH 70. This is one of a number of articles that SNH has lodged where the lead author is John Box. And do we see from the abstract he's discussing experimental wet heath translocation in Dorset, England.
SNH 70, the lead author's Pi.
Oh, sorry, SNH 93. I can't read my own writing.
So SNH
93. And just reading from the abstract, we see that it's said here by the authors, heathland has become fragmented throughout its European range, with many countries losing 60 to 90% of their heathland area during the 20th century. A small isolated area of wet heathland within permitted ball clay workings in Dorset was translocated in October 1993 to an engineered receptor cell fed by groundwater and direct precipitation in order to mitigate the otherwise total loss of the wet heath. So in this publication, it's quite clear that the authors regarded that translocation of what would have otherwise been a total loss as mitigation.
Indeed, and it was published in 2011 before the guidance that we've been referring to, some years before.
Thank you. That concludes the cross-examination. Thank you, sirs.
Thank you, Ms Wilson. If we just have a moment just to establish whether we've got any questions for you, Mr Rooney, just give me a moment. There's just one main thing I want to ask about, Mr Rooney. So in your inquiry report or topic paper, so it's, and I'm looking at paragraphs 34 to 37, so that's SNH 83. And you're talking there about the recipient area, or the areas which would receive the new June Heath. And it says the receptor sites do not need the translocated. In 34, for example, it says the receptor sites do not need the translocated June Heath turfs and the other proposed mitigations actions to recover them to higher quality dune habitats. And indeed the applicant records June Heath has already been expanding. The receptor sites, especially the filled pine plantation area, just need good conservation management to raise their level. And I mentioned this, I think, to Professor Angus earlier, and I referred to Dr Dargey's views on this matter. So the question I have is that, if left alone, is it, you might not know enough about the site to say, but if left alone, do you have a view on whether that would revert to June Heath or to some other beneficial or more beneficial habitat?
I do have some experience in removing pine trees, plantation pine trees, from sand dunes, both directly and indirectly, in terms of directly is by advising on projects and visiting them as well. If you indulge me for a moment, this goes back to experience in the, if I recall rightly, in the late 80s and early 90s, when there was a PhD.
I'll indulge you if it results in an answer to the question eventually, yes.
Okay, right. Indeed. You're on to one of my favourite topics. I could keep you here till 7:30 at night. Okay. And I won't. Yes, the short answer is you can recover this quite easily to a very interesting and valuable dune habitat. I would advise, however, that at least some of the organic material, preferably all of it that's resulting from pine plantation, is removed. That was the finding of the PhD by Peter Sturgis in the 90s. Hello, I think I'm down literally. Hello, that's worked, the IT problem.
So sorry, what I heard there, because others might not have done, is that it could be recovered to something quite interesting, as I think the word you used, but your advice would be that you would take the dead trees, the organic matter out in order to do it.
If I was to advise on good conservation management on that site, that's exactly what I would advise. Although one could proceed with some removal of the larger organic material, the stumps, etc., that would be helpful.
And there's a couple of what's and ifs. So if at present that's not happening and there's no plans in place for that to happen, so if that doesn't happen, are you able to say what's the fate of that part of the site?
That's a crystal ball in some ways. I feel that it would likely result in some kind of acid dune community, but the progression towards that would be deflected by the organic material.
Okay, and come back to the scenario where you do something, for example, removing the dead wood, the other organic material, and then not quite leaving it alone, but whatever it has to be done, management. Let's compare that with translocating Dune Heath onto it. Is one of those better than the other? Would translocating the Dune Heath just help achieve more quickly what your suggested approach would do? I'm just trying to understand the relative values, if that's the right way of looking at of those two approaches.
Removing the organic material would create open, bare sand areas, which we've already discussed in my verbal evidence here. Bare sand areas are at a premium, and the creation of those and then the progression of them through a series of stages, ecological stages towards Dune Heath would be ecologically valuable. So the creation of that bare sand would be very ecologically interesting. I completely agree with Professor Pye's opinion that one could not create mobile dunes in that area. The environmental conditions are not suitable. However, what would be created could be very interesting, and in fact, we've done that in part on some parts of the Sefton coast in the past, on quite large scales.
And would that be, and if you're not able to say that's fine, but would that be better or worse than translocating Dune Heath onto?
I can only offer an opinion because I suppose whether the decision of whether it's better or worse rests with you as reporters. But my professional opinion would be that it would be better. The preferential conservation management option on that site would be to remove the organic material and let it progress naturally through a series of ecological stages, which would create structural, botanical and entomological interest.
Thank you. Yes, and I said better or worse, but you understood me right. I meant from a conservation point of view. That type of approach of stripping back to bare sand, it just reading some of the applicants' proposals for the management of the site, including the golf course, it seemed to me that there were similar proposals, perhaps not in that area, but elsewhere in the dunes. So I'm just trying to get a sense of to the extent to which I think is what Ms Wilson was referring to as well, that those active management proposals or what the applicant, how the applicant would propose to manage the site after the course, for example, creating areas of bare sand. I'm just trying to understand the kind of conservation benefits that would arrive from those. So you described doing that to the area of filled conifer plantation as possibly creating something quite interesting. So could the same be said for doing the same elsewhere within the site as is proposed through the applicant's management proposals?
It's not beyond my remit to comment or go into those details, but as a principle, if one can ensure the presence of bare sand on a sand dune system in whatever way, that's typically beneficial. Now, one can debate the scale of it. Some of the work, myself and a colleague, we did the scoping work for a big project for Countryside Council for Wales, which then Professor Pye took on work at dune sites around the Welsh coast, which is to reactivate features such as parabolic dunes, which have become fixed, and punch holes in things. Now, if you've got a golf course or a small site or somewhere with infrastructure, it's not possible to do that. And indeed, last week at the research seminar that I referred to, we raised this issue of trying to promote small-scale local mobility for benefit of dune quality. So that is a good thing to do, but simply. So maybe just add to that. I think sites such as military sites and golf courses have great potential to offer that.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rooney. Mr. Mackay, just back to you if you have any re-examination to.
A few points, sir, but I don't think it'll be too long. Mr. Rooney, you'll remember you were asked questions about the, by reference to the CD 147, which was the donor and receptor area plan, the large-scale plan which shows the whole route through it. You remember being asked questions to the effect that in at least one of the proposed receptor areas there were elements of dune heath. That was put to you by Ms. Wilson. Do you recall that?
I do.
What comments would you make insofar as what would happen to those elements of dune heath if the underlying question, if there's an underlying basis to the question, if there are elements of dune heath there and the donor areas are translocated onto the receptor area, what happens to those elements of dune heath?
Well, if there was poor practice, if there were poor practice and it went on top of the dune heath, it would smother it. Otherwise, it would have to avoid it. Those areas of, if you put it on top of it, obviously it's going to smother it. But the areas of dune heath that are there presently, if they were avoided, of course, they may persist, but by the very nature of introducing other material in there, there would be, I think there's uncertainty as to the influence that the translocated material may have on the pre-existing dune heath.
You were asked a series of questions to the extent, to the effect rather, that there was an understanding of the construction techniques associated with translocation. And you gave an answer at one point that just because you're able to transfer heather plants from one area to another and they remain healthy, that doesn't suggest that the same might apply for dune heath. And you made reference in your answer to the fact that heather from a heathland, an upland heathland situation like Castle Stewart, is peaty and wet. By contrast, what is the position in relation to dune heath habitat, having regard to its friability, which is also something you mentioned in your answer?
The two substrates are very, very different. One from the peat is, essentially thick organic material when wet, fairly consolidated, whereas dune soils generally are based upon raw mineral sands and typically will have thin or very thin layers of organic material. The substrates are really very, very different. One of the issues is that the substrates and the donor and receptor sites, I don't feel, have been adequately described in any kind of systematic way that one would expect, even for an undergraduate research project.
What practical issues arise then because of the distinction and the friability and lack of coherence of the underlying substrate in relation to dune heath?
Well, of course, it depends on the techniques that are put there, but there is I feel that there is a real risk of them breaking up, drying out. Bear in mind, okay, there are short distances there, but the technicalities of removing from such a topographically varied site would make the removal of just never mind the transportation, the removal of coherent serves challenging.
Thank you. were asked a series of questions about whether Dune Heath was resulting in an overstabilisation in the north of the SSSI, and you said that overstabilisation isn't a product of the Dune Heath, and its presence was not a cause for conservation concern in its broadest sense. Can you explain in more detail what you meant by that, please?
So the first part was the stabilisation and then the cause for concern. Sorry, my voice is starting to go. Any vegetation on the dune is a factor that will reduce the possibility of sand being moved by wind. But dune heath there is a natural, expected component of the dune habitat and landscape, and is not although it will, as any vegetation, anything that is surface roughness will modify sand being moved by wind, but it is not a cause of the concerns that relate in conservation to the overstabilisation of dunes, as I've described. That is not a factor in it. The second one about it not being a concern, perhaps I do apologise, perhaps I expressed that rather weakly. In fact, the presence of dune heath on the site is a huge conservation asset, and that's one of the reasons why it is so important for nature conservation nationally and internationally.
Right.
Sorry, Mr. McKay, can I just ask a clarification on that? I beg your pardon. So, Mr. Rooney, so this, I was interested in the term overstabilisation. So in that sense, in terms of dune heath, overstabilisation isn't a pejorative term?
So you mean by pejorative? Sorry.
Well, overstabilisation implies it's stabilised too far, and it shouldn't have gone too far, and it's a bad thing. So I'm just trying to suggest.
It's absolutely not a bad thing. Dune heath being present there is a good thing.
And again, perhaps largely for the benefit of the reporter's notes, in summary, why do you say it's a good thing?
It's one of the most important. I mean, sand dunes are one of the most important, broadly, the 21, 22 habitat types recognised in the Korean codes in the Habitats Directive. Sand dunes rate as one of the highest, one of the most important habitats on a European scale. That's reflected in the Habitats Directive. They're also one of the top 4, as reported by Article 17 reports, top 4 threatened habitats in the whole of Europe. Sand dune heath of that, as a subset, is one of the ones, along with fixed dune grasslands and dune slacks, that stand out as being hugely important internationally for nature conservation, and they're extremely limited in their occurrence. And that's why this dune heath on this site is so important.
Next, please, the question of mitigation compensation. Can you have before you SNH 120 again? I'm actually using APP 3.04, but they're the same documents, sirs. Now, I think it was suggested to you that in relation to the introduction section 6.1, that there was reference to mitigations hierarchy, and then there's a sentence explaining what's meant by that in its broadest sense. Is there then a discussion relating to each of those concepts beneath? In other words, avoidance and mitigation between 6.2 and 6.4, compensation between 6.5 and 6.10. Is that right? Is that the way the document is structured, if I can put it that way?
Yes.
And if we looked, please, to 6.7, which I think one friend indicated she would ask you about, but I don't think you were actually. Can you just confirm what you took from that, please? 6.7. In particular, I'm looking for your comments about the specific identification of translocation in a paragraph that's dealing with the concept of compensation.
Whoops, I'm sorry, I'm fading a little bit. Could you just give me that one again, please?
It's paragraph 6.7. It's the foot of page 38. It says replacement ratios of compensatory habitat, that's compensatory habitat, greater than 1 to 1 are frequently appropriate because of the uncertainty inherent in compensation, which is something that you've given evidence about in your inquiry report, particularly in cases which require ecological restoration, habitat creation, or translocation of species or habitats. Now, looking to that paragraph, what it says, and the context in which it is said, what comments do you make about whether translocation is, in general terms, properly regarded as compensation?
Translocation is not regarded as compensation. Sorry, mitigation. Sorry, I'm getting confused on this one. What I get from that paragraph is that the action of compensation as a measure of last resort is something that is uncertain, that you need to do an awful lot of it, and it may not be very successful.
Now, insofar as it's been suggested to you that actually compensation can amount to mitigation, can we look at 6.10? It says the distinction between mitigation and compensation can be difficult to determine. So first of all, it's saying that there is a distinction. Where ecological equivalence can be delivered within the project site, this is sometimes incorrectly considered mitigation rather than compensation. However, the correct distinction between mitigation and compensation is that mitigation avoids or reduces the occurrence of negative impacts and defects, and compensation addresses effects which are residual after avoidance and mitigation has been considered. Measures to address impacts and effects that will occur should therefore be referred to as compensation, whether the compensation is located within or outside of the project site. So on a conceptual level, is this paragraph within the guidance emphasising that it is either mitigation or compensation depending on the particular circumstances?
Yes.
And your view is that because of the risks of a failure and a lack of properly understood success, there will be a loss to Dune heath habitat which will result in a requirement to offset, i.e. compensate that loss. Is that in summary your position?
Indeed, I think you've expressed it very well.
Thank goodness for that. Now, you're not alone in that view, though, are you? Can we look, please, briefly at Mr. Taylor's inquiry report? You may not have that before you. Do you have Mr. Taylor's inquiry report?
Do you have a number?
AP 1.2.
AP 1.2, yes.
If you look, please, at page 10, paragraph 3.2.
Page 10, 3.2.
And we see there, about halfway down that paragraph, it says the total extent of the Dune heath comprises 28.8 hectares, 8.8% of the site. The loss of 4.4 hectares would, without compensation, represent a moderate magnitude of change. The total loss from the 228 hectare site would be without compensation, represent, and so on and so forth. And then, to be fair to Mr. Taylor, and this is something obviously we'll explore with him and his evidence, paragraph 3.3, he uses the term mitigation. But what observations do you have in relation to Mr. Taylor's use of the word compensation insofar as he's explaining the offset of the loss?
I mean, obviously, you need to ask Mr. Taylor for the insight, but my interpretation that he's recognising that there's a significant residual loss and therefore it's compensation.
And from your involvement at the Many inquiry, do you recall whether Dr. Dargy accepted in his evidence that translocation, which predominantly related to dune slacks rather than dune heath, amounted to compensation because of the impact on dynamism?
I don't have the benefit of all the evidence before me, but I do seem to recall that the issue that it was compensation was accepted.
Yeah. And again, you may not recall this exactly, but do you recall whether that evidence was accepted by the reporters?
Again, it's from my personal recollection, but yes, it was accepted by the reporters.
And the box paper, which is SNH93, it's probably not necessary to go back to. I think you probably remember Ms. Wilson pointed out that the term mitigation was used in the context of that scientific paper. Can you recall whether that was the specific exercise that was being carried out within that paper, i.e. An examination of whether mitigation or compensation was the proper term to use?
No, it wasn't.
And insofar as Mr. Little's asked questions to comparing what could be done at the receptor sites over a longer period as against translocation, which could be done more quickly, to what extent do you think the reporter should guard against looking at translocation as a quick fix, particularly in light of your evidence about the period over which dune heath evolves?
When dealing with with such a high-value nature conservation site, one that is recognised as such, one must also always take a long-term view, and that because the features need to persist in various forms and types over the years, in different, maybe change places over a long period of time. And it's also that change and that development which is of scientific and therefore conservation and therefore value, which is a value to society. And so going for the quick fix or a quick treatment, I wouldn't even say it was a fix, so a quick treatment through translocation denies those broader site values and that the operation of natural processes which we value very, very highly.
So to that extent, Professor Angus, is there a contrast to be drawn between translocation of, let's say, a hedgerow in an unprotected environment and translocation of dune heath at Coul?
There certainly is. Something like the translocation of a hedgerow, although hedgerows can be subject to, certainly in England, and hedgerow orders are important, but you can move a hedgerow and it will function as a hedgerow. Dune heath forms part of the complex of the whole dune environment and is really quite different, and the interrelationships, the connections, the functionality, the ability to mature, senesce, renew is very important. That all takes space and time to do that. Therefore, the long view is required, and the conservation designations, the purpose of our conservation designations in this country, initially accepted by the 1949 National Park and Access System, can reflect that desire to protect these features for the heritage of the nation.
Thank you very much. That's everything.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Rooney, for your evidence. We'll finish for the day, I think, and if we can start again tomorrow morning, where it will be Mr. Haspel giving evidence. Is that correct, Mr.
Yes, sir. He's the first witness in the applicant's case.